Yeah, I know. TWL guitars. I don't know how unlisted live streams work, but so it's definitely a first time thing for me. But that one works. That one I just posted up should work. And actually, because you brought it up, I'm actually gonna go delete that post from yesterday so no one gets confused. Go take care of that. But yeah, we just, I mean, when I say just, I mean within the last 10 minutes, 500 patrons. Isn't that crazy? 500 patrons. We've only been at this for like a year and a half, maybe. 500 patrons. That's crazy. Declan, Paul, how are y'all? You know, it's so tough to pick this series because I think it's, you know, I would have felt pretty confident about the Rays beating Boston, and Boston beat them in 4. You know, so I just don't know what to make of it anymore. Keep it secret, absolutely. And but yeah, I mean this Houston team's better, no doubt about that. But I mean, look at who they have going tonight. I think Fromber is really, really good. Like I really do. I think he's like really, really good. Greinke's experienced. I think that yeah. I guess I pick Houston, but I mean there's just no telling. Like I said, Boston beat Tampa in 4 games, so they're capable, obviously. No McCullers hurts for sure. In fact, what's the Astros like sort of like depth chart situation right now? Let's look at them. Yeah, they got Fromber, they got Luis Garcia, they got Urquidy. And then I guess Greinke joins the rotation. Well, I guess it depends what they do. Greinke, I think with the McCullers injury, Greinke could. It's interesting. It's like when we're talking about a series like this, some teams will just use 3 starters, and then maybe Greinke would like throw 3 innings in a bullpen day or something like that. So he would sort of be the pitcher that gets the most innings on a certain game. You know what I mean? That's kind of like being the starter. Do you trust Sale as a starter going forward in the playoffs? No, that's kind of the thing. I mean, I'm a huge Sale fan. I think, when he gets a full healthy off season under his belt, I think he's going to come out doing really well in 2022, but I think it's tough to trust him in these playoffs. Eovaldi, yes, but Sale, it's trickier. Let's look at Boston just for a little comparison. He was also their ace in the regular season, to be honest. Eovaldi. You wouldn't go Sale game 1. I get that. Let's see. 755. Okay. Let's look at Boston. Sale, Eovaldi. Yeah, Houston's better, even with the McCullers injury. Houston's a better team, but it's like who knows, You nervous about game 1? No, because I feel like the Braves have absolutely like nothing to lose. They won the division. They didn't get above 500 until like I don't know August. They won the division. They beat the Brewers, but it's like no one expects them to win. They don't have Acuna. They don't have Soroka. I'm not really too nervous about it. Is JD Martinez back? Yes, he is in the lineup tonight, batting fifth. But at the same time, I don't think as a Braves fan you can necessarily feel like, oh, we'll have it together once we get back next year when we have Acuna and Soroka, right? Then we'll be, really favored. But I mean, what were we telling ourselves last year? Oh, if only we had Soroka, we would have won. It's like, are we just going to bet on being able to get back to the playoffs with, healthy re-signed Freddie, healthy Acuna, healthy Albies, healthy Morton, healthy Freed, healthy Anderson, healthy Soroka? Like, is that, there's, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah. I kind of I think about like the 2008 Phillies almost, where the Phillies, you know, around that time, 2007, 2008, 2009, through about like 2012, I guess, all had really good teams. It was the 2008 team that won, even though that was not the best team. That was before they had Halladay, for example. So it's not always necessarily the the best team within any given competitive window that ends up winning. So maybe the Braves will be like the 2008 Phillies in a way, where the Phillies teams that came after that were actually better, but they didn't win. Any predictions for either of the LCS? Well, my predictions are just like worthless at this point. I picked the Twins to win the World Series preseason, and I picked the Giants to win the World Series before the postseason kicked off. So I'm just worthless at this point. The playoffs are largely random. I think LA is pretty favored ahead of the other three teams remaining. But yeah, for this series especially, it's like, who knows? Boston, I wouldn't have picked Boston to make it this far. I thought the Rays were going to handle business against them. So I just don't know what to make of it anymore. Maybe that bodes well for the Braves if I just have no clue what's going on. Blue Jays for World Series this year. I think what the Red Sox are doing right now is what the Blue Jays very well could have done had they gotten that wild card spot instead. I really do. I think I kind of had that Blue Jays team pegged as, if they get in, they're going to go on a run. And instead it's Boston doing it right now. So it's like that Yu-Gi-Oh meme, It's like, it should have been me. That's kind of what the Blue Jays are thinking right now. Okay, they're doing predictions on Fox right now. Frank Thomas has Red Sox in 7. Poppy Ortiz has Red Sox in 5. A-Rod, Astros in 7. The decision not to pick up Morton's... Yeah, kind of. But, they won 99 or, 100 games, and they won the division, And then they lose a series in 4 games to Boston. You could say it haunted them for the playoffs, maybe. I guess that's definitely true, but... they... No Snell, no Morton. Glass now gets hurt halfway through, and they were still the best team in the American League by regular season record. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a decently highly... there's going to be some high-scoring games in this series. These are two pretty solid offenses. And I think especially relative to the pitching. Glasnow going down killed the Rays. I mean, Glasnow was on fire. Like, Glasnow was going to be, like, a Cy Young candidate for sure. You know, so for most teams, losing a starter of that caliber would be, you know, pretty bad, honestly. Do I think there will be a strike when CBA expires? No, I don't think so. I think that's, like, really, you know, that may be really naive of me to say, given all the labor unrest that has happened, especially since, you know, 2020 with the COVID season. Yeah, I think if there is a strike, I don't think it'll last long. Like, I think, you know, maybe the season would start it on like May 1st instead of in April, you know. But I think they're gonna figure out a deal. Are the Rays really moving to Montreal, or is it smoke for ownership to get a new stadium? I think they're really going for it, Andrew. Make of that what you will. I mean, I think a new stadium for them would be great, you know, in Tampa proper. They've never given that a chance. If they could actually play, you know, near the Buccaneers, who do fine, and the Lightning, who do really well. But no, I think they're serious about the Montreal thing. I don't think it's like posturing necessarily. And if they do that, then that's pretty much it for baseball in Tampa. You know, that's like the death throes of an organization, because you know, that like I said, I just fall back on, look what the Expos did when they started playing in Puerto Rico. That was pretty much the end. Of course I believe that, Runrin. And you got to understand, like, I'm going to switch this up here, actually. How's that? Yeah. I mean, WAR isn't everything, but, like, look. Verlander, 72. Kershaw, 72. Literally pretty much the exact same. They're 0.1 away from each other. Scherzer, 67. Greinke, he has 73 WAR. I don't think you can justify leaving a 73 WAR pitcher out of the Hall of Fame. Now, he's got about, it's like, he's got like 5 of that from hitting. But yeah, I mean, Greinke's a Hall of Fame. Like, I think pretty much once you hit like 70 WAR, you're a Hall of Famer, you know? Unless there's like, you know, some sort of like major character issue or like steroid thing. If you hit 70 WAR, you should be in the Hall of Fame. And I mean, on F4, he's at 63.8, so a little bit lower. But I mean, F4 can be more conservative about those totals in general. I mean, he's definitely a Hall of Famer. And he's still going, too. This, like, maybe he adds another, you know, maybe he adds, you know, a World Series ring at the end of this season, you know? He still gave them bulk innings, you know. He still gave them 171 innings of 103 ERA plus. Which is 170 innings. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. 100%. He won't be first ballot, probably. It's just kind of predicting how the voters are going to go on him, but he'll get in. He's almost 38. He's going to turn 38 in 6 days. That's crazy. I remember when he was like 19. What team's window for the playoffs shut this season? That's a good question. I don't think it's Phillies. That would be maybe the temptation to say Phillies. Twins, I guess, may be the right answer. Twins are going to go in sort of like a... I think Twins could go in like a soft rebuild, if that makes sense. It's not going to be like intense, but some guys are going to leave. Not Padres. Not Cleveland, in my opinion. I think Cleveland's got one more run in them. Maybe the same for Angels, too. If Ortiz isn't a Hall of Famer, IDK, who is? Well, I mean, he probably is. I mean, he's probably going to get in, you know? You're kind of, it's like, the only thing that's going to be tough for him is that leaked test from like 2003 or whatever that was. But I mean, his numbers are Hall of Fame. They're not insane. Like he's 141 OPS plus, but I mean, he's got the narrative. He didn't really get going until he was 27, so it's almost like this stuff doesn't count as much. And then he was like, as a first base DH, just like, got all of his production from age 27 onwards. But, Edgar, slightly higher in the OPS plus. He's got about 30 points on him in OBP. Played some third base earlier in his career, so when people are like Ortiz is the GOAT DH, I don't think it's so sure. I think Edgar's got a pretty good case. But Ortiz has, what Edgar doesn't have in terms of like postseason success, and people care about that, As a Braves fan, how do I deal with the racist tomahawk? Yeah, I mean, I would say it's gotten more irritating for me lately. Like, how do I justify it to myself? Like me being a Braves fan, it's the organization's fault. Like I don't think Braves fans are any more like racist or bigoted than fans of other ball clubs. I don't think fans are like, I don't think fan bases really have like defined characteristics like that. If you go to a ballpark with like 40,000 people, you're gonna, it's not monolithic in any way. So I don't think Braves fans are like, lacking in moral fiber compared to other fan bases in any way. I just think they've been told that this is okay for the last, 30 years. And so, it hurts my enjoyment for the most part when I'm actually at the ballpark and everyone's chopping, and I'm not anymore. I used to be. I mean, I would still do the chop probably up until a few years ago. But yeah, I don't think, yeah, I mean, it's not really like awful. I think maybe awful is a strong word. It's not like, I mean, I'm just speaking from my experiences, and I'm a white guy, so I'm not really hurt by any of this, but it's not like I'm sitting there exasperated, like, oh, I can't believe they're doing this. This is so terrible. I wish I never came here. But it's just kind of like rolling your eyes. And I think what's going to actually be uglier is when, Lord willing, they start to like actually phase this out. And I think what's going to be awful is when you have like what I would call the indignant tomahawk choppers, the people who, once, it stops becoming a stadium fixture, are still going to be like indignant about doing it. And those people can honestly like go fuck themselves. Like, what an absolute loser you would have to be in that camp. I'm just so like blasé about all of it at this point. It's like if not being able to do this is going to make you stop rooting for a team, you're an idiot. You know what I mean? You're a complete buffoon. But yeah, there's a leadoff single, by the way, for the Red Sox. The game has started. It's Kike. But yeah, I just generally think it's actually going to be more annoying when the team actually says stop doing it. But yeah, it's an organizational failure, honestly, that this still happens, because it's just dumb. I think that's probably my biggest argument against it. It's just dumb, But yeah, and I'd be fine with a name change too, Hammers, I don't know, but I mean, I don't, I think if you remove yourself from the situation, you can step back. Is there anything really special about the name Braves? No, so they can be hammers. They can be maybe another bird team, because Atlanta and all the other teams are bird teams, Hawks, Falcons, Thrashers, back in the day. It's a really good pitch by Valdez. Make it 0-2 on Schwarber. I really like Fromber. Starling Marte to the Mets. Yeah, I guess that would be sort of making up for not getting Springer. Let me refresh this page. Get the, this isn't where I want to be. That's more like it. I just find it very difficult to predict like landing spots for free agents, honestly. You know what I mean? There's going to be like probably 10 teams with some degree of interest in Marte, and I've just got to pick one, Maybe. I mean, I'm sure the Mets will be interested. But yeah, I mean it's just bad branding. I didn't see what happened there. Schwarber. Was it a double play? Yeah, it was. Wow, I didn't even see that. Where do I think Trevor Story goes? I would love to see him on the Cardinals. But I'm not feeling necessarily like he'll go there. They just added a lot of payroll by adding Arenado. But I mean, I said it last night over and over again. I feel like he's going to be a great value whatever team gets him. I mean, if I had to just guess right now, I would say like Seager's going to be a Yankee and Correa's going to be a Tiger and, maybe Story's going to be like a Cincinnati Red. Brewers could really use him, but Adames is like their best piece in many ways, so I don't think, and I wouldn't want to move Adames or Story away from shortstop. So I think that's maybe, of the good like competing teams, I actually think that might be one of the last teams that would go for Story. I don't see the Brewers as in the market for a shortstop with Adames. So 2 outs for Valdez, facing Bogarts. Is this looking like it should? Yeah. This looks pretty good. This looks watchable, But yeah, Fromber, I think, has some of the qualities that a Logan Webb has. Do I think Semien stays in Toronto? I actually don't. It's so tough. I think with Toronto, I think they're keeping one, basically. They're going to keep one of Ray or Semien. And I think the thing about Ray is that he's such like a one hit, one season wonder that everyone is going to be saying, oh, this guy's going to bust, basically. Like, some team's going to spend a lot of money on Ray, and he's just going to go back to being bad. I think that's what people are going to think, and I think that's actually going to drive his price down and make him, like, a decent signing. And if there's any team that should sign Ray, it's the Blue Jays, because they're the ones that made him good in the first place. So I think they sign Ray, and then I think Semien goes somewhere else. I just kind of feel like the Blue Jays have like bats, and they have even like infield prospects for the long term. Even though Semien's a better player, he has more of a track record because he has that 2019 season as well. So really, he's been like an MVP finalist type player in two of the last 3 seasons. I kind of think Semien will walk and Ray will stay with the Jays. So run on first, Devers at the plate. What is with this camera angle? If any of you are watching on Fox, it's just terrible. Are you guys seeing this if you're watching the game on TV? It's really bad. They switched to this like weird outfield cam that's like It's like if you were sitting in the stands. It's like kind of the view I had at the game, uh, like earlier this week on Monday. And I'm watching. I have the game really small on my screen too, so maybe that's part of my complaints. But I can't really see what's going on when they switch to that. You think some of the camera feeds are mixed up? That's got to be it, right? They got to be having like, they got to have like a camera that's more in like kind of the like press box area that is just not working. So they can't get like that traditional view, which is just whack in many other ways, because this is the ALCS. I don't think I've seen this really happen in the regular season all year, but this is the ALCS. We're having technical difficulties. But yeah, runners on the corners for the Red Sox. They're threatening early. 2 outs, though, and JD Martinez at the plate. That was a 56 mile per hour, 45-degree launch angle single from Mr. Rafael Devers. Best thing Boston can do is get Valdez's pitch count up. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of that in this series in general. I don't think I don't think the Stars are gonna go super deep in these games, and then they are gonna be just like a battle of, not bad, but certainly, not perfect bullpens. And I think that's going to be an opportunity, attrition-wise, to put up a lot of runs. I saw a comment about the score bug. I've gotten used to it, honestly. And really what it is just it's not really that I like this score bug. It's just that I despise the Bally score bug so much that pretty much any change feels positive at this point. So it's not a great score bug, but it is better than the Bally one, which I spent 180 days staring at. The old Fox one was pretty much perfect, let's be honest. It wasn't super colorful, but I never felt like it needed to be. Feels like something from 2015. It feels like something from like was it during the 90s when they did like the future uniforms? I can't remember what it was called. Was it Turn the Clock Forward or something like that? That's what it looks like. It looks like what someone in the 90s idea of what a score bug will look like in 2021. Which probably, yeah, I mean, which, maybe in some ways just does average out to like 2015. It feels like Waze. Ooh, okay. I haven't used Waze that much. I'm more of a Google Maps guy, but I'll take your word for it. It's a big pitch on 3-1 to get a swing and a miss from JD Martinez. So Valdez, 18 pitches in the inning, full count to JD, and chance to get out of this one unscathed, but it has not been easy. He's allowed 3 base runners, one of which was removed from the double play. How likely is Chris Bryant to re-sign in San Francisco? Let's think about that. I think it's decent. Watch this pitch, ball 4, so bases loaded. I think I'm gonna say it's like 30%. Which I know doesn't sound great, but actually, I mean, most teams probably have like a 0 to 1% chance of signing Chris Bryant, for various reasons. But what I do think overall is that their ownership is going to spend. And I don't know if they're going to add all that payroll this offseason or if it'll be more staggered. But I really do think that ownership-wise, they're going to, yeah, exactly. They're not a small market. They're one of the most valuable teams in the league. They were spending really, really high even up until like 2016-ish, 2017-ish. So I imagine, it won't be long before they have a top 5 payroll. I definitely think that Bryant would actually be a good fit on the Mets. And I could see Cohen adding more payroll. So I think, when you look at the Mets, they need outfield, they could use third base. Chris Bryant, you get both. So he could really help them, I think, it's just in terms of constructing the lineup every day. Yeah, Renfro does look like Trout, and he looks like him overall, but there are certain angles where, wow, that ball is crushed. They've shown the weird. Oh no, I don't know what happened. Okay, I just can't tell what's happening with that weird camera angle. But anyways, Renfro flew out. It was not very deep at all. Just the angle makes me have no idea what's happening. I just don't know. I said that ball was crushed. It was hit 84 miles per hour. That's sort of on me, but I just don't know what's happening. I think the Mets should be careful about going over 120 for Baez. I just don't really know what Baez's market is, really. It'd be really interesting if the I don't know. You could almost see like a team just like the Mets like doing something weird like re-signing Baez but then like making him play center field. You know. I mean, it might work for all I know. Yeah, that's definitely a good point, Chris. I'm curious to see how that's going to affect free agent spending. I've seen a few contracts that like extensions like over the past like few years where what they do is they'll make 2022 the highest paid year of that contract no matter what. And you can tell exactly what it's about. It's about, if there's a work stoppage, they won't have to pay all that. So even with like some contract extensions that have been signed in like 2018, 2019, 2020, you're seeing some of those where 2022 is, for whatever reason, the most expensive year on the deal. And it's because they're banking on, well, maybe there's a 10% chance we don't have to pay that. I really hope they get this camera angle fixed. How likely would you say a strike is? Practically a guarantee, or do you think negotiations will magically work out? If you'd asked me that question a year ago, I would have said for sure strike, just because of how ugly it got during the COVID, 2020 season negotiations. I think right now I'm leaning more towards they're going to play that season. I think there's I'm going to say 70% chance the season opens, in late March, early April as planned. I'm going to say 20% chance that the season opens on May 1st after a short stoppage, and then maybe a 10% chance it's actually extended and we get another shortened COVID type season or no season at all. So I feel decently confident, but I'm also allowing for the possibility of it not going well. But I actually, in some ways, feel like the 2020 season, being as bad as it was financially, actually incentivizes both parties to get a deal done in a way, because it's you just can't have for the health of the sport itself and the league itself, you just can't have 2 out of 3 seasons being just off schedule. Just you can't have a 3-year stretch where 2 of those seasons are just jank. Will Jose Altuve be a Hall of Famer? I think this season got him back on track in many ways, so I would lean towards yes. I guess the biggest question is, well, I just don't know what the legacy of these Astros guys is going to be in terms of Hall of Fame voting. If I had to guess, I'm actually going to say that once you give it, look, if Altuve plays 6 more years, he's not going to hit the ballot for he might not hit the ballot for 11, 12 more years, which would be, 15 years after the fact when the actual scandal occurred. So I'm actually going to say Hall of Fame voters aren't going to care about it as much as people think they do. So I'm going to say yes. But I mean, he's not a lock like I think Greinke is. It's been over a century for Shoeless Joe. Yeah, but he's just like banned. You know what I mean? Like I think he doesn't get to go on like a committee type vote like all these other guys do. You know. Speaking of which, there's gonna be like a dead ball era committee this winter that meets up. So I guess they'll talk about like Jack Glasscock, Bill Dallin, those kind of guys. Maybe what's that guy's name? Jim McCormick. So Altuve on base. Sign stealing is also orders of magnitude less egregious than game fixing. I think especially, I think especially just given that a sign stealing I think is a spectrum, and even if the Astros went over the line, they probably weren't too far gone past what other teams were doing, and may still be doing. I mean, I'm not sure if the Astros punishment really disincentivized sign stealing. It might have set the limit to say, hey, we can't, electronically steal signs and then bang trash cans in the dugout. But, I don't think it necessarily disincentivized that enough. So, yeah. It's like a podcast, but with game updates. Well, I appreciate it, Barry. Just listen to my smooth, dulcet tones. It's kind of like a radio broadcast, I guess. I don't know. It's way too off topic. That's a really good pitch up in the zone by Sale to make it 1-2. Do you think the Braves will re-sign Rosario or Soler? I really hope of all the guys they've brought in, Duvall, Peterson, Rosario, Soler, even Richard Rodriguez. The one I want back is Soler. I think he just has it for them. He just looks great as a Brave. And I think with Soler, what you get is someone, who probably not too far off Marcell Ozuna production for, a lot cheaper and, no concern about the legal problems. So that's why, I think Soler, I don't know if Ozuna will play for the Braves again. I'm actually leaning towards he will, but regardless, I think Soler, gives you, a very adequate replacement long term for Ozuna. But we'll see. I just like Soler. I'm just a huge Soler fan. I've just, of all the guys they got, he's been the most important. Have you been following AFL any? No, I haven't. Are you doing yeah. I haven't checked in on that, but I mean when I do like the stat line scouting, next episode will be like once that's concluded, and we'll probably just look through the numbers on that. Should Brian Cashman be fired for how poorly he constructed the lineup? Okay, there's Brantley, kind of a line out, kind of a weak line out to center field. No, I think Cashman's probably one of the better GMs in the league. What non-sports media do you like? I'm a huge like music fan, but I think as far as like things I don't watch too much like TV or movies or stuff like that. Yeah, good point, Chloe Hanks. But yeah, I think more like music and podcasts for me as far as my media consumption over TV and movies. I like documentaries, I guess. I don't know. But a lot of the documentaries are sports ones too. I like Louis Theroux documentaries. I've been watching and rewatching a bunch of those lately. What podcasts you into? I guess I gotta say non-sports, right? So non-sports podcasts I'm into. I mean, even the podcasts I like are sports. But yeah, I mean, if you want baseball podcasts, Effectively Wild, Poscast with Joe Posnanski and Mike Shore, Baseball Barbecue, Ringer MLB Show. A lot of people like, I don't know if it's still running, Infinite Inning. I'd listened to it more like a few years ago. Five and Dive on Baseball Prospectus. Thanks for doing this stream. Hey, no problem, David. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so Bregman on a 3-1 count now. Rates and Barrels. Yeah, I haven't listened to that one, but I'm, familiar with it and Eno. Yeah, I'm not a huge fantasy baseball player. Bregman single to left field. They have fixed the camera that's towards the outfield, thankfully. So that was only like a top of the first inning thing. But yeah, I would definitely just say overall I have more faith in Fromber in this game. I would say a lot more faith than Sale. So I think, we'll see how the Red Sox bullpen holds up because I would be surprised if Sale got through 5. He's up to 16 pitches now, and he has 1 out. Granted, a ground ball could give him, 3 outs pretty quickly. But here comes Jordan. Definitely, to me, the most fun guy on the Astros to watch hit. And he went after that high fastball early. Strike 1. How long till Pavetta comes in? I'm gonna say they're gonna take out Sale after. Well, it's not. I mean, it's just game 1, so maybe his leash would be a little bit longer. Sale's going 4 1/3. How would you order the Astros lineup? Actually, that's an interesting question. Let's look at their lineup. I know I can pull it up on one of these things. Not that one. Here we go. Did he get the strike? Okay, he's got 0-2 to Jordan. This could be huge, AB. Well, I definitely agree with 8 and 9. But yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Daryl. I mean, Brantley's there to break up. It's Brantley Alvarez to sort of break up, just to have alternating righty and lefty. That's pretty much all they're doing. So I guess that's about how I'd set it up anyways, because if they're, they don't, it's a nice lineup, because when you're talking about those top 7, it's just righty, lefty all the way down. So you could swap around some righties or some lefties, but it probably wouldn't make a big difference. Is that HBP? It's not, but runners advance. Wow, okay. That's big. That takes away the double play ball. So runners on second and third, 2-2 count now to Jordan. The first inning is tough. I mean, Fromber showed it. If you can get past that first inning, without just having yourself a little meltdown, Maybe he'll just be on his merry way, but he's in a pickle. He's in a pickle right now. Runners on second and third with one out, and he's pitching to a guy that looks like he was built in a factory. That's my sort of take on Yordan Alvarez. Yordi, you got to wear those. Ooh. Pitch on the outside edge. Call the ball. So full count. Moneyball philosophy seemed very unconcerned with righty-lefty, but has the pendulum swung back on that a bit. I think it's more about just you don't want back-to-back lefties. I think that's probably the biggest thing on that. And so the Astros having a lot of lefties, that's a decently deep fly ball. We'll see if it scores a run. Verdugo coming home. He's got a great arm. Altuve running. He's safe. So there's a sac fly for Yordan. 2 outs now. But yeah, I just think it's just you don't want a bunch of lefties stacked up. And with the Astros lineup, because they have so many lefties to begin with, they have to do the alternating, You for RoboZone? Wow, you guys asked that question like simultaneously. No. I love the catcher position. I think it kind of shows in the videos I do that I love the catcher position. And I love framing, and I don't like seeing, I think pitchers and catchers should be on the same page as far as where a pitch is going. And so when you see things like, weird cross-ups that are technically in the strike zone but are called balls, I really don't have a problem with it, So no, I would say I'm definitely against the RoboZone. It will affect my ability to enjoy the game just because I really like the catcher position. But it's not going to stop me from watching. I mean, you got to understand there's a type of catcher that will go extinct once that's put in, So Correa at the plate, 2 outs. What if we upload Joe West, like Ghost of the Shell? Okay, I think that's fine. That is a foul ball. Well, you say that right, but actually a lot of the RoboZone type tests they've been doing in lower level leagues are actually less accurate than regular human umpires. There have been technical difficulties there. It's not quite as easy to implement as you may think, despite the fact that we have, Hawkeye StatCast. So maybe a top tier umpire is still better than the current RoboZone setups. Correa to Tigers this offseason. Yeah, I was just talking about that a little bit. I think that's a good destination for him. I was just kind of saying Correa to Tigers, Seager to Yankees. Have you thought about throwing it all away and becoming an ump? Yeah. I just looked at the YouTube comments section. I just said, I don't think I'm taking enough abuse. I'm going to become an umpire. Change the strike zone to be 2D to simplify things. That'd be interesting. I think as a hitter and a pitcher, you might have to adjust a little bit to that. Being able to challenge egregious missed strike ball calls. I mean, at the most, you'd only need to be able to do like one of those per game. If it was anything more than that, absolutely no way. Because, you can't have... if we're going to the replay room over balls and strikes, oh my gosh. The pace of play is just going to be even more abysmal. If you're adding, if every review takes 2.5 minutes, and each team only gets one of those challenges, you're adding like 5 minutes to each game potentially. That's brutal. That's going to undo a lot of progress that like a pitch clock would do. So I understand the idea, but I would say I'm against it. Cuz I'm a pitch clock pace of play guy, you know. I'm just a big Rob Manfred fan. We're pitch clock pace of play guys. It's a ground ball to second, so Sale gets out of the inning, only allowing 1 run. But, you know, Astros strike first, 1-0, Houston. Yeah, 28 pitches. Sale might only go 3. Yeah, he might go like 3 1/3 at this point. But we'll see. You know, sometimes guys just settle down after that inning. Do you dislike the Astros or players involved still for what they did, or is it just frustration with how Manfred handled it? I think it's probably more the latter than the former at this point, Austin. What are some of your favorite features in the game feed on Savant? I like, let's see if I could kind of get it to work. The pitch 3D is pretty cool. Like if we can see, you know, the pitches that Altuve got, for example. I've always liked the pitch 3D. It's just kind of fun. Woo! 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 Win probability is fun too. It's cool to have live win probability. But I mean that you can get that on other sites. I feel like maybe ESPN has that. Actually, I gotta show you guys something. I'm not sure if you knew about this. I feel like it went super under the radar. Was that not Tom Tango that was tweeting about that? I gotta find it. It's like it might have been Sawchik. What's Tom Tango's Twitter? Why can't I pull it up? Does he not have a Twitter? Was it someone else? It might have been someone else. LOL Kofi. It was like, I was looking at, gosh. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself about something. Tango Tiger, thank you. Gosh. Probably. It was like the thing where you could see like the 3D player movements and they're all like stick figures. You know what I'm talking about, Robert? What's that called? They did a demo for it with one of the plays from the Red Sox Rays series. I'm just going to scroll through his timeline. It was only a few days ago. It's field vision. Maybe use the word demo. Not quite. I'm trying to pull up the field vision demo. Here we go. I had a lot of fun just kind of playing around with this. So this is from, oh, it actually wasn't from the race series. Yeah, this was the play that Stanton hit the ball off the monster. You can like move around. You can do it at like half speed. Well, let's watch it from like over here. Let's go over here actually. But yeah, I would love to like get access to like all of this for like every play, you know? So you can even see things that like you wouldn't see on the broadcast, because you could see, for example, like, you know, for Stanton, he crushed that ball. How much time did he spend looking at it versus hustling to first base, you know? Anyways, Verdugo has himself a hit to lead off the inning. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's cool. It's so cool because I feel like they're stick figures, but even like the body language is like Giancarlo Stanton. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it. Do they track the bat? Well, this might tell us right here. No, it's just kind of, it's not really there, I guess. It's true, you don't often see the bat flip in real time. They'll show it on the replay, but you don't often see the bat flip in real time because it's swapped to the camera angle that's going to show you the ball going over the fence. Like, let's watch Bogarts, because he's the relay man. Like, how does he move around on this play? Move over here, maybe. Yeah, you can see him, like, pointing. It's so cool, man. All right, anyways, let's get back to the game. Thank you for the help on that, Robert. Because I literally couldn't remember what it was called. Robert, are you still doing stuff on your Patreon? I'm not sure if I'm still subscribed to it or not. I can't remember. If I'm not, my apologies. I feel like my card got... Oh yeah, I had to like change my credit card a while ago, and so I might not even be subscribed to all the old stuff I was. Is there a Miss Foolish BB? Apart from your mom, no. I'm married to the streets. I wouldn't mind there being a Miss Foolish BB. I've got some things I gotta take care of. Farmer's got 2 outs. Stop laughing at me, Jane. There's nothing funny about me. I take myself very seriously around here. So no kissy kissy. I'm married to the streets is a weirdly good line. Yeah. Thought about branching out to different sports or other baseball leagues. I I think I thought about it more when I was getting started, honestly. Um, the tricky thing with other baseball leagues is I don't know how their copyright would work, you know. Imagine me going, working for 3 weeks on something about NPB only to get copyright claimed. I mean, that would be brutal, just lose, just not make any money, do 3 weeks of work for nothing. So that's preventing me, I would say, from other baseball leagues and probably different sports in general. And honestly, my passion for baseball, it just trumps my passion for other sports. And I still think there's been a lot of like really good baseball YouTube type accounts that have sprung up over the years. Maybe some of which are even influenced by me. Um, Maybe, I don't know. But there's a lot of really good. There's a lot of football on YouTube. There's a lot of basketball. I still feel like for me, uh, you know, in the baseball YouTube scene, I'm still kind of like closer to a big fish in a small pond. Cricket, I just don't know anything about cricket, so why would I. I mean, it's definitely interesting. I get it. It's a bat and ball sport. I even think, and I hate to say it, but I mean, I think even from like a CPM perspective, like for me as a Westerner talking about cricket, I would have to get like a ton of views. I mean, I get look, like there's a ton of people in India, but you know, based on like, ad money, I'm still got to like make a living. Like I would have to probably, I feel like the India CPM might be like a fifth of the USA CPM. So I kind of benefit from making videos for a USA audience financially. I don't love that, but that's true to some extent. I don't know. I just kind of feel like for me, baseball's going great. I just, why would I do football or basketball if I like baseball so much more? Am I pro NLDH? I wouldn't say 100% pro, but I mean probably like 95% pro. I know it's tough. I almost feel like I'll tell you the way I feel about it. It's like I shouldn't have to do this. It's like I shouldn't have to be the guy that makes the big cricket YouTube channel. That's someone else's thing to do. I'm good. If someone wants to do like, basketball analytics, why does it have to be me? The analytics of basketball are pretty interesting. Analytics of golf are interesting. I mean, a lot of the golf analytics informed the well, I mean, analytics from other sports have, you know, informed MLB so much. Like, TrackMan started as a golf company, and I still think is primarily a golf company. And then, Hawkeye, that's what they used to do in and out in tennis. And now now Hawkeye's replaced TrackMan as for StatCast. But yeah, because you like my storytelling, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. But the funny thing is, I actually don't like my storytelling as much. I just kind of feel like if I was just telling the story of what happened, then maybe my channel would be a little bit more dime a dozen. I feel like what works with my storytelling is how I'm probably at my best when I let the numbers tell the story, and I let the numbers inform the narrative and not try to necessarily build the narrative first and then try to find the numbers that support it. What I find very lousy for any YouTube video, not just sports YouTube, is when you're watching a video and you're like, this is just a video version of the Wikipedia page, That's what I try not to do. Got some free time thinking about firing up OOTP22. Would be a cool team to do a rebuild on starting from right now. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, so maybe if you're doing like 3 or 5 seasons, right? Which team would you want to pick up? I think the Pirates could be fun. I think the Tigers could be fun. Those are a couple teams that come to mind for sure. With the Tigers, you get to sort of see what you can get out of those young pitchers that are already in the big leagues, like Skubal and Manning and Mize. And then you also get, you can try to see like Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson. There's a single for Gurriel. And Pirates, again, what are you going to do with Brian Reynolds? Do you trade him to get more prospects, or do you give him a big fat extension and try to build around him? I think those would be fun teams. And plus the central divisions are like, they're not like locked in for the next few years. Like you can, like if you have like a really good offseason, like first offseason with the Tigers, you can win that division, Oh, thank you, Jared. Yeah. It was definitely different. Chaz McCormick. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Okay, he's safe. If you guys didn't see what happened, Verdugo kind of bobbled the ball. It like bounced off his glove, and then Gurriel, in not knowing whether to run to third or not, got caught in no man's land between second and third, and he just got back. It was one of those things where if he had just kept running, he would have made it to third, but because he hesitated, he had to like dive back to second base. I thought he was a dead duck, honestly. You lived 20 minutes from the AAA team. You got to watch Riley and Spencer for 4 games. You also got to watch Drew Hutchison, potentially. Drew Hutchison, who by the way, returned to MLB this year and went 3-1 with a 2.11 ERA. Don't look at his peripherals. He's great. Maldonado. Oh. That may be the best thing that Maldonado could have done there, honestly. I know he's not in the game for his offense, so an HBP to load the bases, I think that's a great plate appearance from him. Just turn it over for Altuve. Oh man, that's good. Yep, it got the tip of his elbow guard. You could see it on the replay. Yeah, I feel like I said pre-game I don't really trust Sale. If Blyer, LeCastro, and Greinke are the 3 most weird players, who's the 4th? Greinke, I feel like he's weird, but it's more like his personality is weird. He's got like the hitting thing and the fielding thing and all that. But I don't think like Richard Blyer's a weird guy, Prediction for this AB. He's going to hit a fielder's choice ground No, that doesn't make sense. He's gonna hit a single. Is the infield in? I don't even know. To try to get like the runner at home on a force, or are they thinking? Well, I guess maybe they're thinking double play. Depending on what happens. Sale not looking great, I must say. Big swing by Altuve, but it's strike one. Is going on it to an NPB game on your bucket list? Yeah, I think I've said that. I think that's the only thing on my bucket list, honestly. I mean, yeah, people's bucket, but that's the one thing that's like, oh yeah, that's on my bucket list to go to an NPB game and a KBO game, CPBL, Dominican Winter League. I want to do all that. Ooh, that was an ugly swing from Altuve. Well, I said single, but in fact it was a sword. Should MLB players be allowed to play at the Olympics? Similar, of course, to Olympic baseball, Olympic ice hockey, or basketball and Olympic. Of course. I mean, that's just kind of how I feel in general. I don't, the only sport where I feel like those types of limitations make sense might be soccer. You know how soccer has it like it's basically like a U23 team or something like that, but then maybe you get like 3 guys that are older. But the only reason to do that is just because the World Cup is better for soccer than Olympic soccer. So maybe my answer is no then, because maybe my answer is just, if you want to see all the great players in an international competition, the focus should be not on the Olympics, but rather the World Baseball Classic. So maybe in a weird way, my answer is no, because if soccer has those rules because the World Cup is better, then maybe the focus should be on World Baseball Classic and not Olympic baseball. The same way the focus is on World Cup and, the regional federation tournaments, like, the Euros. All right. Brantley, 1-1 pitch from Sale. Ball 2. Brantley never really gives you anything, You're going to have to, there's a good chance he puts the ball in play, and there's a good chance, once he puts the ball in play, it's going to be a hit. No real holes in his swing, just covers the zone really well. It's a tough guy in this spot. There you go. Decently well hit ball in front of Kike. Is that caught? That's a huge play. This is an enormous play in this game, honestly. That may be one of those, let's see the replay. Did it rattle around? Blah, blah, blah. Nope, he totally caught that. Absolutely caught that. Huge play. Saves 2 runs. Olympics will promote baseball to non-baseball countries. I get that. But I feel like at the same time, like, if you're in a non-baseball playing country watching the Olympics, is it going to make a difference to you whether it's prospects or the big stars? You don't know who the big stars are, You're not going to be watching the Dominican team like, where's Juan Soto? Because you don't know who Juan Soto is. How am I so composed? I'm really just kind of sleepy, to be honest with you. That's probably part of it. And I feel like, I'm just kind of like chill and relaxed right now. I don't feel pressure from you guys necessarily to like, to act out basically and be like, "Oh my gosh, what a play by Kike Hernandez. Oh, I'm going crazy. I've never seen anything like it before." Do you think this Brewers season was a disappointment? No, not at all. I mean, they won the division. I think that was big for them. Um, I think preseason the Cardinals were slight favorites, so I think they overperformed their win expectation and just sort of their general season expectation, albeit slightly. They saw, you know, they showed they have one of the best pitching staffs in the game. They traded for Adames. I don't think it's a disappointment at all. If at the very least they held serve and they've done what they've been doing for the past couple years, which is first round playoff exit. I know they probably wanted more than that. They would have probably you probably wouldn't be asking this question had they beaten the Braves, but I don't know how you can view it as a disappointment. But my opinion generally about baseball is I'm just more of a regular season guy. Thoughts on Wilson Ramos? He's a jag, He's a jag right now. That's more of like a fantasy football term, but jag means just a guy. That's what Wilson Ramos is. He's just a guy, He's not a great defensive catcher. He didn't hit well this year. Didn't hit particularly well last year in 2020. He's just a guy, He's random question time. What do you think is the weirdest marriage of Major League to AAA clubs? I have no idea how to answer that question. Are you asking like geographically, or I don't know, or just like branding, team names? What do you think it is? I mean, if you're asking me that question, surely you have an answer in mind. Coolest place you've traveled to? I've been to like the former Yugoslavia. That was pretty cool. I did Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia. I did Republika Srpska in Bosnia, which is like a Serbian enclave. I did Macedonia, which I think is now called North Macedonia. That was a pretty cool place. Most of my pretty much all my traveling outside U.S. is in Europe. I've never been to like Africa or Asia or South America. Kike just homered. I literally saw it on the game feed here before I saw it on my stream. But anyways, Kike 108 off the bat, 448 feet, 1,000 XBA. That reminds me of last night. The rough home run was like 110, 450 something, 1,000 XBA. So he just crushes that ball. And I mean, just like that, Sale had, really gotten himself into some trouble. And just like that, the game is tied. Is XBA park adjusted? No, it's not. It's not. But with the 1,000 XBA, really what they're saying there, Steamboat, it's actually, okay, so it's park adjusted. It's like, the question is for like with these home runs, it's like the average ballpark dimensions across MLB. So, but basically what you're saying with the 1,000 XBA, that's not a good way of putting it. For the most part, it's not park adjusted. But what we're seeing with the 1,000 XBA is they're saying that no matter what spot you hit that in any park, that would be a home run. That's basically what it's saying. So in that sense, maybe yes, it is park adjusted. But for most XBA type, but it wouldn't be park adjusted to like Coors if you hit a single or something, even though your BABIP chances of hitting a single in Coors are greater just because the outfield is larger. So it's not park adjusted in that sense, but you'll see a lot of times like a 990 or a 980 XBA, and what that might be saying is, hey, that ball is out of here in every park at every spray angle except for maybe dead center in Comerica or something like that. I hope that makes sense. I'm now Mike Rizzo, what do I do with Victor Robles? I stick with him, man. I stick with him. There just aren't center fielders like that defensively. You can't, even if you go out and you sign like a Starling Marte or someone like that to a multi-year deal, how long does he play in center? He's like 33 or something like that. You gotta, if you're talking about the center field position, I think just a homegrown player is the way to go. So I think you got to stick with him, actually. I don't know what his numbers were this year. I know they weren't great. 69 OPS plus, nice. But yeah, I mean, I really would just try to make it work with him, because there's no reason why he can't next year at the age of, this guy's 24. There's no reason why he can't have a year like Harrison Bader just had. I really do think that. He already has like a 4-WAR type season under his belt in 2019. And that was with 91 OPS plus. So he can be productive and still be a below average hitter, because he's a good defender in center field, Xander Bogaerts. Full count to Bogaerts. Well, it is park adjusted a little bit, Joseph, because you're absolutely right, but it is park adjusted, when you talk about the home runs to some extent, because like I said, this 1,000 XBA is telling you not only is that ball, that it's basically saying that ball is out of every ballpark. So in that sense, there is some degree of park adjustment if that ball is out of every ballpark. If it were hit 430 feet, it wouldn't say that. Or no, I should say it. If it was hit 415 feet, it wouldn't say that, So Bogaerts walks to bring up Devers. I'm not sure if there's a strong correlation to MLB fandom with minor league presence, especially since contracts change so often. I don't know either. So for the Braves, I feel like the Braves have always played their minor league teams like geographically close. Like if you just look, they have teams right now in Rome, Augusta. They got ones in Florida. I can't remember the name of the city. Got the M Braves, which is still kind of Braves country, but yeah, it's like in Gwinnett, which is 45 minutes from the big league stadium. But yeah, for me, it's nice knowing that if I go to a minor league game, I'll be watching Braves, like future Braves. It is adjusted by spray angle. I know they've added it now. Like I saw it recently on the search, and it wasn't always like that. Like if you do a StatCast search, it wasn't batted ball direction. That's always been there. But there's like, I feel like there was new like spray angle type stuff somewhere in here that I noticed recently. Yeah, the Dodgers are one of those teams that probably has enclaves everywhere where there's people, And that's kind of true for like the Cubs and the Yankees and the Red Sox too. Like in Atlanta, if there's like a day game, and the Cubs are in town, it might sound like a Cubs home game, and that's Atlanta. That's a team that's, decently well supported. I hope there is. I'll put it that way. I hope there's a lot of Dodgers fans in OKC. Ground ball. Oh no, Altuve. Oh, and he botches it. That's killer. That's absolutely killer. Altuve had the double play ball, Fromber did his job, and it cost them a run. And that's great base running, I gotta say. Bogarts did a good job just, you know, third base coach was all over it, just full send there. But that ball gets through Altuve's legs. You guys may recall Altuve having some defensive type yips last year during, I think, ALCS. Wow, so yeah, I mean, that cost them a run. They should honestly have been out of that inning. Oh, there it is. Yeah. That's a crazy graphic they just showed. He had 3 errors in the 2020 ALCS, and he had 3 errors all year this year, regular season. But then he adds another one. It's about time the Red Sox benefit from a ground ball between the legs. Hey, it's a good point. Matt A., are you who I think you are? You could just give it a simple yes or no. But yeah. What was I going to read? Okay, gotcha. What was I reading? Oh, my favorite announcer call ever. That's right, from Barry. What's my favorite announcer call ever? As there's a deep drive into left field by Castellanos, and that'll be a home run. Have you guys seen the Ravello home run he hit at he hit at Course? The knock me down, hello, bye bye, and then you take a trot. That's one of the great, because that's a bad one in a way, right? It's memorable, but it's bad. And then also like the Nolan Arenado, the touch 'em all tool time, a 2-run touch 'em all time from Arenado or something like that. That's a good one. Yeah, it's Matt Albers. I feel like I'm going to be here for 4.5 hours. We've already got ourselves a mound visit. Valdez, who's supposed to be the good pitcher, is having trouble because mostly Altuve couldn't get him out of the inning. Sale doesn't look... There's going to be like 8 pitching changes, and it's game 1. Last year... Or not last... well, I was surprised, first of all, that Red Sox-Yankees moved actually really quickly for an elimination game, and then it was Dodgers-Cardinals that took forever. And then even last night, Dodgers-Giants was done in like 3:40, which actually, like, I think overall is pretty good for an elimination game these days. Do I think the Rays' modern approach to team-building salary is bad for baseball? Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think that probably what makes it bad is that there's a double. Wow. So Boston taking a 3-1 lead. Poor Fromber, man. It's all unearned, but this is just, he's at 60 pitches now. He's gotten 7 whole outs in this game. He doesn't, he's big on the double play ball, and he can't even get that right now because Renfroe hits a huge double. But yeah, I think what the worst thing about the Rays approach is that you can never have Freddie Freeman, you can never have Xander Bogaerts. They all leave. There's never this like consistent star power face of the franchise type guy because they get traded eventually, whether it's Longoria, even now, it's going to be Wander and Randy for the next few years, but eventually they too will leave, and it's just sort of inevitable. And I feel like it's tough for a team to have an identity when it's a different, cast of characters every year. And I think that affects the fans' ability to enjoy the team in some ways. If they know it, that every player that they love is there so temporarily. It's another one of those pitches just inside. Sale had a couple of those. He almost hit Alvarez, and then he did hit who did he hit? Maldonado. From the side angle, it looked like it hit Verdugo. But I guess not. Big swing there, 1-2. Yeah. What was first pitch on this? Was it 8:07 or was it 8 o'clock, like, flat? Kiermaier's got to be face of the franchise prior to Wander call up. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's funny to think about. So, like Adames, I think apart from Kiermaier, before Adames was traded, he was like the most senior Ray. And he turned 26 this year. Willie Adames for like the Rays, like going into this year, was like a co-captain in terms of tenure. You know what I mean? Is Kiermaier the longest tenured Ray ever? How many years does he have there? He's played 9. How many did Longoria play? I think Longoria played 8? No, he played 10. Okay, so Longoria's got 10. Are there any others that could... Well, actually, I can just StatHead search this and we can see for ourselves. I feel like they've changed this. Yeah, you can like query for like, wow, this is so sick. This is like new, fairly new, I think. You could always do it for active franchises, but not like all these like Negro League franchises. Okay, I can't get distracted. Tampa Bay Rays. Yeah, so Upton 8 seasons, Crawford 9 seasons, Zobrist 9 seasons, Kiermaier 9 seasons, Longoria 10. Now I wonder what pitcher has appeared the most for them. I did about 6 months ago. I'm surprised I haven't noticed it. I mean, I know they did like the Negro Leagues update. That was probably about 6 months ago. But yeah. Player pitching. All right, so for pitchers, I thought it would be Price, but it's Archer. Dan Wheeler, Travis Harper, James Shields, David Price, Chris Archer. Archer number 1 with 8 years. When is Kiermaier signed through? He had a long deal. Yeah, but actually I think this is an expensive... Well, this is like... I mean, this is almost what we were talking about a little bit, because where you get to 2022 and that one's like weirdly expensive. No, it's not weirdly expensive. So he's got 2022 locked, and then 2023 for 13 mil at a club option. And I gotta say this, guys, I think Kiermaier could be traded this offseason too. So he may not get to that Longoria number. I think it's a possibility. I agree, Lion D. I've talked about it a few times. I'll put it this way. Roland is on a pretty good, trajectory right now. He gained a lot of voters during last year's voting cycle. Roland is 122 OPS plus, just over 2,000 hits, and then, you know, 316 home runs. He's 70 WAR, and he's, 7-time All-Star, 8 Gold Gloves. Longoria, 2,000 hits is within reach. He's about 200 away. He's 120 OPS plus, which is practically the same as Roland. He's 57 WAR. He's got 3 Gold Gloves. If Roland makes it, Longoria isn't too far away from Roland. Roland's had the better career, but I mean, Longoria's not done. And Longoria had a good year this year. So if he's got a couple more seasons in there, he's got a chance to build his case. Does Kiermaier have trade stock? I believe he does, Jared. I believe, given what his contract is, I think he has what I would call, as there's a strikeout from Mimi Garcia, he has what I would call positive trade value, which is to say that I think that the Rays could trade him and fetch something in return, prospect-wise, if that's what they wanted to do. I really do. I mean, it's $12 million, and he's still a 2 to 3 WAR player, just because of his defense. I know this is reference WAR, so reference WAR and inevitably is going to be higher on him than Fangraphs WAR. But yeah, I think a team would gladly take on his $12 million in 2022 plus a $13 million club option. I think the team would trade something for that, Heck, I wouldn't mind if the Braves did it if they don't feel confident about Christian Pache next year, Christian Pache was supposed to be their starting center fielder, and it just never got going, Yeah, I mean that's their star center fielder, Chris Bryant. KK to the Mets. That would actually be really good for them, Andrew Scott. I mean, the Mets for these past few years, they just haven't had like a real center fielder who doesn't just completely suck at hitting. They've had bad hitting Lagares, who could play center, but I mean, ever since 2014, was like a 77 OPS plus guy. They had Almora, who, jeez, I mean, I know it's only 54 plate appearances, but yikes. But yeah, is Acuna more of a corner outfielder than in your opinion? So I think Nathan, I think he can hold his own in center. But if I'm looking at the Braves and I'm looking at possible corner outfielders for them, say Acuna takes a corner spot, right? Say he takes right field. If left field is occupied by someone like Jorge Soler or Marcell Ozuna, then maybe because you have that spot that might be weaker defensively, or maybe even Eddie Rosario, then maybe you prefer the defensive upgrade in center. You know what I mean? So I think Acuna can absolutely hold his own in center, but my vision of the Braves outfield includes Christian Pache, and if Christian Pache can't get it going, then I think Kiermaier is in many ways what people are hoping Pache can be, which is, look, if Pache can give you 90 OPS plus on the season with elite center field defense. He's going to be a valuable player. So sort of my vision of the Braves in outfield includes a center fielder that is better defensively than Acuna, even though I don't think Acuna is necessarily bad. I mean, right now they're playing Duvall in center. Acuna's better than Duvall in center, you know? I think Bryce Elder has a shot at the rotation next spring. It's an interesting one. I wasn't really following Bryce Elder that much. I was more following like Spencer Strider. And I was a little surprised when we got to the end of the season and Bryce Elder was named the Braves minor league pitcher of the year. I would actually lean towards no, as in I don't think so right away. You know, if we assume that, you know, because I feel like there's going to be like, you know, Tucker Davidson, Kyle Moeller types that would have an easier time trying to win a spot than him. And I mean, Fried's coming back, Morton's coming back, Anderson's coming back, you know, so, and Soroka will be back eventually, fingers crossed. So there's not maybe that many spots up for grabs to begin with. Anthony Volpe timeline. First half 2023 maybe debut. I will say this about Volpe. I love him. I think Volpe, if I was giving out awards, if I was, you know, handing out awards like Baseball America, who I think gave this award to Bobby Witt Jr., Anthony Volpe would be my minor league player of the year. You know? Like, as far as, like, what he did this season, huge, you know? So, but I will say this, Yankees, don't let it stop you from signing a shortstop. Like I said, if they sign Seager next year, you can play him at shortstop next year, and then if you feel confident in Volpe long-term, let Volpe play shortstop and move Seager to third, you know? It's not a big deal. I think we've reached the point now where, you know, I don't think Yankees fans necessarily view Gio Urshela as a guy who, like, he has to stay. He has to be part of the plan, you know, just because he just had a very season, you know. Adley and Grayson to run the show for Baltimore. I mean, those are their two biggest prospects. I mean, look, if you think about it, you know, Baltimore I don't think has, like, super depth in their system, especially with regards to, like, hitting, like, position player prospects. I really do like Kobe Mayo. But, yeah, I mean, they have what are, for many people, the number one position player prospect in baseball, who is Adley, and then for many people, the number one pitching prospect in baseball, who's Grayson Rodriguez. That was a funny sort of opposite field against the shift single from Jordan right there. So that does put a runner on. Must say I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Fromber or I will say I'm surprised that Fromber was taken out before Chris Sale. Although technically, you know, Chris Sale won't have it until he gets. Chris Sale can't say he got deeper in the game until he gets through this inning. But I felt like Chris Sale was the shaky one, and it's so interesting because I just feel like that Altuve error loomed huge because it seems like Fromber was going to get out of that inning, you know, and it didn't happen. And then he was removed, and now it's just bullpen for Astros. Correa, okay, so it's a rally brewing here. After Bregman grounded out, we have back-to-back singles from Jordan and Correa. Correa hit that 114 miles per hour. Wow, that was crushed. Where does that rank for him, I wonder, as far as, like, balls he's hit hard this year? We could do a little StatCast search. Because he just hit it 114.1. Yeah, he only hit 2 balls harder than that all year. He crushed that. It was a single, but he did hit it hard. JBJ anti-MVP. I think that's probably right, but I think, and it's the same thing with Belly. It's not like those guys were really the worst players. The worst players were probably the guys who didn't get, 400, 500 plate appearances. So really you become anti-MVP because you keep getting played. You know what I mean? Like you could be, like, if they put me in the majors, then, I could do way worse than Bellinger and JBJ, but because of my reputation, I wouldn't get 500 plate appearances. But yeah, I guess Keegan Aiken probably would be my answer for yeah, I would say Keegan Aiken and Jackie Bradley Jr. I think Sawamura is on the postseason roster. I believe he is. JBJ was much worse than Belly. Yeah, he was really bad. Not much to say there. Yeah, he might. Yeah, that's okay. He might have. He might have. Well, I don't know I just completely forgot what I was gonna say. I saw that he was on the roster for this series, but I guess maybe he hasn't pitched in the playoffs until now. Kyle Tucker 1-2 pitch, got him. Fastball up in the zone, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the third. That's Cora. That's gonna be it. So Sale's gonna get through. Well, we'll see if he takes the ball from him. This might be a fake out, hype you up. We believe in you, Chris Sale moment. Is it gonna be a fake out, hype you up? We believe in you, Chris Sale moment. Nope, he took the ball. Okay, so Chris Sale gets through 2 2/3. So he's basically even with Fromber. And so I hope you guys like bullpens. Yeah. We kind of called this, right? We kind of called it like, hey, there's no way, we've seen some, pitchers in the division series do a good job as far as, pitching deep into games. Logan Webb last night, a really good example. 7 innings. I think we all kind of called it, the starters are not going to go deep in this series in general. So it is going to really be a battle of bullpen attrition. We're going to see a lot of pitching changes. Long relief is awesome. Barry, did you like the game that do you remember the game, Barry, earlier this year where it was the Astros, and then I think it was Odorizzi, and then maybe Odorizzi got hurt after facing one batter, and then Kent Emanuel came in and threw 8.2 innings of long relief. That was awesome. And then he got popped for steroids, I think. Or maybe he got popped for steroids earlier in his career. Maybe I'm wrong. No, yeah, and then he got hurt. But anyways, Kent Emanuel, 8.2 innings out of the bullpen was awesome. Glad this isn't a West Coast game where you're finishing at 2 o'clock. It may still get close to 2 o'clock, man. We're going to be here for a while. Can someone tell me how many viewers we have? I'm just curious. I mean, the most we could, if every single patron tuned in, it'd be 500. But I kind of guessed maybe it would be like 10 or 20. Because I don't have that up right now. Oh, wait, I can check it myself. Give me 1 sec. 14, yeah, okay, that's about what I figured. And this will be available for patrons who aren't here. Like, this will be archived. Yeah, that was a bummer about Laureano. Huge bummer. Peaked around 20-ish. I just feel like probably there aren't that many people watching this game in general. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, the Red Sox are, they have a huge fan base. The Astros don't necessarily have a small fan base, but I mean, yeah, I just feel like given how long this game's going to be, I don't know how many people in America on a Friday night, as you say, Chris, are going to see the end of this game. Can't say for sure. Not watching the game, just the live stream. There you go, sir. You're not even contributing to the viewership numbers of this game. I'm really curious here to see. Well, Ottavino's in the game. Once Ottavino's out of the game, we'll be through 3 innings. And then I'm going to extrapolate how long this game is going to be on pace for by multiplying that by 3. And I feel like it's going to be like 4 hours, 45 minutes or something like that. It's going to be bad. So we'll see how long it takes Ottavino to get out of here. Gets a chop, ground ball, Gurriel hustling, out. Okay, so 9:42. So that's an hour. We're an hour 35 into this game. So that's 95 minutes. So we're on pace. Yeah, so it is 4:45, right? 95x 3. Yeah, it's 4:45. I guess I'm going to tweet this real quick. Now we're on break. I'm much more enjoyable to listen to than Joe Buck. I think Joe Buck did a good job hosting Jeopardy. Kenneth pronounce Hamlet. Yeah, I think Joe Buck did a good job with hosting Jeopardy. So that's one nice thing I can say about him. Mitchell. Through 3 innings. Sick. One of my favorite either. I guess, who's my favorite? Probably, it's not that Ken was my favorite at hosting, it's just that I like Ken the most, I guess. No, it's on track. Yeah, it's on track to be 4 hours 45 minutes actually, because uh, it took us an hour 35 to get through 3 innings. So it's not even 4:30. That you're being a little bit too generous. 4 hours 45. There's the stretch. There's and well, not. I mean, we've seen pitching changes already, but and And the really the bad pitching changes are the mid inning ones. But now that we're in a bullpen game, there may be more pitching changes to come, possibly mid inning. Yeah, but we've seen both the pitching changes were within an inning. You know what I mean? Like they weren't. If you change, uh, like if you have a fresh pitcher to start the inning, that doesn't make a huge difference. It's when, the manager walks out and he takes the ball. That's how you're adding, 4 minutes to the game or whatever it is. But yeah, you guys know I'm a pitch clock guy. And I do think that the pace of play problems are exacerbated in the postseason, which is a bummer because that's potentially when the most people are watching. That's when you have a chance to make baseball fans out of people, and that's when the pace of play is the worst. And I gotta say this right now, just sort of dispel the myth. There's not really. I know so the commercial breaks are longer in the postseason. That is true. That is absolutely true. However, if you look at a regular season game in 2021 versus a regular season game in 20 or 2011 or something like that, like 10 years earlier, there's not more commercials. In fact, I think there's actually less commercials. So it's just the weird downtime, plus what's happening in between pitches. It's the batter is retired, and then we have to throw the ball all over the infield, and it takes 45 seconds for the next guy to come up to the plate, and it's just the pace. I'm a big pace of play guy. I know it's doable. I know it's possible. There's a better way. Oh my gosh, Kike again, possibly? Nah, it's gonna bloop. Is it gonna bloop? Is it gonna bloop? It's gonna bloop. So Kike had the huge home run. By huge, I mean just in terms of distance. And then now he has a bloop double. Jordan Alvarez playing left field in this game, which is kind of... I don't know how interesting that is because I haven't been paying too much attention to what the Astros have been doing. If any Astros fans want to chime in on, Jordan left field and Brantley DH versus Brantley left field and Jordan DH, if you have any strong preferences. With the Crawford boxes, there's not too much ground to cover there. So it may just be a question of, who can play the carom off the wall better, among other things. He's more engaged. Okay, well, there you go. So Schwarber at the plate right now. And it's Christian Javier. For a second there, first of all, John Smooth would be an awesome name for John Smoltz. I mean, it wouldn't really fit who he is as a person, but John Smooth would be a cool name. It's kind of like JB Smooth. Schwarber, I feel like, was a huge pickup for the Red Sox. They picked him up. He'd gotten injured for a little bit, but as he was coming, off such a crazy tear in July with the Nationals, and I think what a lot of people don't realize is that overall on the season, he actually hit better with Boston on an OPS plus, especially on base percentage basis, than he did with Washington. He had that huge July with Washington, but in 41 games with Boston, this guy slashed 291, 435, 522. He was definitely underrated as an acquisition. Yeah, it's just because he couldn't really get it going. Schwarber is one of those guys. There's a high fastball. I was about to bring it up actually. Schwarber, struggled with the high fastball up in the zone all throughout his career, and then as soon as that the sticky stuff memo comes out, he starts raking. Kind of interesting. I wouldn't expect the sticky stuff memo to turn an average hitter into an elite one, but I mean that's kind of what happened for him, at least for this year. They would hit back to back. Yeah, that's tough. Okay, so Bogarts with 2 outs, runner in scoring position. Right after, yeah, I know. So Soto would walk and he would just stand there and watch them hit, basically. I was a little bit surprised that Soto didn't steal more this year because I felt like that was becoming a little, like, actually more part of his game ever since his rookie year, but he didn't do it as much this year. Like, he went 9. Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of it, right? He only went 9 for 16 on the steals, but he stole 6 in 47 games last year, and he was 12 for 13 in 2019. I don't necessarily feel like he has to steal bases to be good, obviously, but, it's a little bit fun if he can, steal, 10 or 15 bags per year at a good rate. Yeah, it's true. I mean, Josh Bell with that good GPH. I've been thinking about just changing GPP just to be that it's just strikeouts plus ground balls at this point. I feel like that's better because pitchers have like less control over their exit velocities to begin with than hitters do. And so maybe GPP should just be strikeouts plus groundouts. At that point, it's basically just a very simplified version of Sierra. But, it would still be interesting to look at. Do you think they tell him just not to steal to prevent injury once they're out of it? Maybe. It'd be interesting to look at, like, how his steal rate changed over time. But, I mean, he attempted 16 steals this year, which is a career high, So, in some ways, he's like, you could argue he's stealing more than ever. He's just not succeeding more than ever. But, yeah, I mean, we could look at his splits, right, for the season. Nope, pretty even. I mean, he attempted 10 in the first half and 8 in the second half. Yeah, I understand he was on base more in the second half. He had a 525 on base percentage in the second half. 525. But it's still, it's not a huge differential, especially considering the second half is, usually like 75 games, What's the lowest exit velo for a home run in the StatCast era? Well, it's probably an inside the park job. So we can try to find, the lowest for out of the park as well. But I'm going to guess it's probably just a bit below 95, maybe. And then we can look for batter, and we can go StatCast, and we can go result home run. And we can play an event, and we could sort by exit velocity. 302 Fenway bomb, yeah, that's got a good chance. Just pesky pull. Okay, well, technically, the lowest exit velo in the StatCast here on a home run is 67.9 miles per hour by Mr. J. Bruce on an inside the park job. You can watch that right here for a little bit on the right side of your screen. Oh, wait, that's just, okay. That's just a StatCast, that's a misread. Okay, so that one doesn't count. That's just wrong. So Ruben Tejada had a 74.5 inside the Parker. That's real. Here's a Ben Gamel 79 inside the Parker. See what that looks like. That's about how it goes. Big strikeout there. Javier gets out of it. Gets Bogarts out. So as far as an out of the park home run, let's be smart and set another where we got to say let's go at least 295. That'll eliminate some of these inside the Parkers. Remember that Gamel home run? Okay. I think this is going to be a misread. I don't know. I just don't see how you can have an 86 exit velo on a home run. Maybe I'm crazy. If that's legit, then it may be something like that. But I was kind of thinking it would be, I don't know. So potentially 86.7, but that just doesn't feel right in my gut. I kind of figured it would be low 90s. But maybe, I mean, he definitely doesn't look like he hit it hard. I'll say that much. It's definitely like, and if there was a year to do it, it would be 2019. Because that was, of all the juiced ball era, the juiciest of balls. Yeah, I was kind of thinking it could be Crawford boxes too. Like here's Bregman 89 maybe. I mean, that's not hit particularly hard. Sorry, Chris Archer. Red Sox at 72.8% win probability, according to the good people of Baseball Savant. Well, they could have added on to it. Kike's double. I didn't note this, but Kike's double with a 100 xBA. Suarez kind of stands there at first in that one too, like he did. Yeah, I don't think he thought that was leaving the park. I don't think there'll be a Gold Glove in his future necessarily, Barry, but I do think his fielding was maybe the most important development of the year, because if he's going forward, instead of a minus left fielder, he's a plus right fielder. I mean, that's huge for his overall value as a player. I'm not sure about Gold Glove, but I mean, if he can just be a slightly above average right fielder versus what he was doing in terms of the defensive metrics earlier in his career, I mean, that's a huge development for him. All right, Chas McCormick versus Adam Ottavino. Now we are back here in the bottom of the fourth. And you got to keep in mind, he played more right field in the minors, so I don't think it's necessarily unprecedented that he's looking, better there in the majors. I mean, what was his... I've got Soto's page open right now. In the minors, which granted, he didn't play much in the minors because he's Juan Soto. Where is it? Yeah, I mean, he played 7 games in left field in the minors versus 108 in right. Ooh, a little bit of a sword there on a pitch that got away from Ottavino. So that's strike one. Yeah, there's a funny one, Matt A. There's a story where he got to one of his stops in 2018. Might have been when he got to Harrisburg. I think that's what it is. He got to Double-A Harrisburg. and he was sleeping on like a air mattress or a couch or something like that. And they called Soto into like the office, and they were like, "Hey man, we treasure you as a prospect." And look, that's not uncommon. A lot of minor league prospects sleep on an air mattress or a couch, sadly. But they're saying, "Look, man, you can't, you know, to develop your game, we can't, you need to get quality sleep. You can't be sleeping on an air mattress, Juan Soto." And he was just basically like, "Look, I'm not going to be here very long." And then he was there for 8 games, and then he had a historic rookie season because then he went straight to the majors. So he was like, guys, you want me to get a bet or whatever? I'm telling you, I'm not going to be here very long. So Johnny Williams, there were like outfield injuries for the Nationals, but yeah, I think it was just, I mean, look at his numbers. He had a 1200 OPS in the minors. He was slugging 757 that year through the first 40 games, and then they just kind of put him in the majors on a just kind of a whim, and he was just good from the get-go basically, so he never went back down. And I mean, I think Luis Garcia is in some ways a good example of, I hope I click on the right one, of this attitude from the Nationals, because he was also brought up to the majors at an extremely young age in 2020. And obviously he hasn't had a Soto start to his career yet at the plate. But, I mean, it shows you kind of where the Nationals are at. Like, they will let, like, super young players, try to get their big league reps in. Casper Mattress, proud sponsor of the Fredericksburg Nationals. A mattress would be an awesome sponsor if every player could actually get one, because quality of sleep, I think, is holding back some minor league careers for sure. That's actually a pretty well hit ball by Maldonado, but it's caught shy of the warning track by Renfroe. So 2 away for Ottavino. I like Ottavino because I love that he rocks the number 0. I love single digits. If you can rock a 0, I think that's like the ultimate version of rocking a single digit. But yeah, when I played as a kid, I always wanted like single digit, 1, 1, or, 1, it's just basically the lower the better for me. 1 was great. I never even thought to ask for 0. So I think that really just makes Ottavino just a pro at this. I love all the single digits. I think you should go as low as you can go. But there is an exception. For some reason, 51 is an awesome baseball number. So I'm cool with 51. But yeah, if not, give me like 1 or 0. Double 0? No, I don't think so. It's a controversial pick, but I would say no to the double 0. I understand the appeal, but for me, it's got to be that single digit. Double 0 is trying too hard. Single 0 is cool. How about 69? 69 should be only reserved for, like, big, ugly linemen. If you're a big, ugly lineman in the NFL and you're wearing 69, that's cool. But if you're not, then don't do it. If you've ever been called a hog molly in your life, you are allowed to wear the number 69. Altuve, weird, grounder, out. So that's gonna do it. Things are speeding up a little bit, maybe. Picking 0-0 is like picking 99. Yeah, I know. And 99's lame too. 99 really is just like shows that you have like a 4-year-old's brain, because you're like, I'm gonna pick the big number. That's the coolest number. It's the biggest. Nah, 0's way cooler. I mean, that's how it is in Little League, honestly. Like, I would pick like 1 and everyone would pick like 99, 98, 97. Because they wanted the big number. Lomo. Aaron Judge logic. Exactly. He's like, I'm very big, so I'm also going to pick a number that is very big. I am the biggest boy on the baseball field, so I will pick a big number to show that I'm the biggest boy. That's true, Nathan. If you have one of those like unique big numbers, yeah, it's like if you wear like just, if you just show up with rocking like at 82, you can wear that in spring training, you can wear that at every level of the minors, you can wear it in the majors. If 82 is the number that makes you happy, you're never going to have to like you're never going to get to a club and they're going to be like, "No, you can't wear number 82 because we retired number 82. We retired number 82 because old Ironside McGillicuddy wore number 82 when they won the Temple Cup in 1898. That's not, you never have to worry about that. Number 82 is in our Ring of Honor for old Ironside McGillicuddy, MVP of the 1898 Temple Cup. And now no one can wear that. Worst foolish baseball vid? I mean, probably the first episode of Baseball Bits. I mean, that's the worst one. I didn't really know what I was doing. Should have retired 95 after Goldberg. So these two teams play at 3:30 tomorrow. Shirt and Apostle wears 82. Good for him. I like Shirt and Apostle a lot. Next baseball bits on Old Ironside. Yeah, Old Ironside McGillicuddy, Christian Javier is always a pitcher to me that's like sus. I don't know how to describe it, but I just feel like he gets through the innings, but I just feel like I don't know. It's just weird to watch him pitch. I never feel like he's doing well, and then you get to the end of the season, and then you're like, oh, he did fine. Good vids for new players to OOTP. Yeah, I mean, I have that tutorial. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would count that in the discussion. But yeah, some of those I guess are bad, technically, and they are on the Foolish Baseball channel. But yeah, I did probably 14 tutorial vids on OOTP. But yeah, I would say to check out PF Holden if you're trying to get into the game. Like Benjamin said. Favorite baseball bits? Probably either the Barajas one or the La Castro one. Those are like my co-favorites. We actually did like a poll on Twitter. And then we also, when I did like the tier list, we took like, it takes like the collective average is of the tier lists. And so I can say with some degree of statistical confidence that for Foolish Baseball viewers, as a collective, their favorite is the Jeff Mathis. Because twice now I've kind of seen it shown to me that that's like the people's choice in a way, Spiders video. Nice. I'm not sure if I like that call on Mr. JD Martinez personally. I don't think he liked it either. Just leave that on there for just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just enough. All right. We're over it. Jeff Mathis, Bobby Wallace, Rod Barajas. Bad call. Not only a bad call, but possibly a worse call than the floating strike zone made it look like. I'm glad you guys like the Bobby Wallace ones. I like it. I like to make the ones that are like historical baseball about the dead ball era, even though I kind of know the views on those probably won't be as high about as versus the ones that are about more modern players. Do you think a specific ESPN4 broadcast should be a StatCast only stream? Well, they have the Nerdcast already on ESPN2, it's usually like Mike Petriello, Jason Benetti, Jessica Mendoza. So I feel like that would kind of get it done, right? I mean, if you're describing something that's even nerdier than that, the Nerdcast, I don't know. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. We don't talk about Tim Keefe's ERA+. He's a fraud. He kind of won a legit Triple Crown, but his ERA+ record is fraudulent. You're telling me 293 ERA+, you get that for 105 innings? No siree, Bob. No siree, Bob, Tim Keefe. You don't get 293 ERA+ qualified for 12 games in the 1880 National League. You know, when teams were only playing like 80 games a season and you get to qualify, get out of here. 105 innings, you get to qualify for ERA+ records? No way, Tim Keefe. And you know what else, Tim Keefe? You may have your Triple Crown, 1886, no, is it this one? Yeah, you may have your National League Triple Crown 1888. You could have that, but check this out, Tim Keefe. You've got your 19.9 WAR season in 1883, bro. Your 19.9 WAR, your 20 WAR season. We're not even talking about the ERA+. Your 20 WAR season, bro, that was in the American Association. That doesn't count. That's a crap league, and you know it, Tim Keefe. So I'll give you the Triple Crown, but your ERA+ is crap, and your 20 WAR season is also fraudulent. How dare you, Tim Keefe? What was DeGrom's ERA+? I mean, he had like 90-something innings, right? Yeah, see, DeGrom was at 373 ERA+. So there you have it, folks. Maybe DeGrom should have pitched 14 more innings, gotten 2 more starts in, and then we should have just given it to him for throwing 106 innings. I just owned Tim Keefe with facts and logic. How long has Tim Keefe been dead? Oh, he lived to be 76. That's pretty good for a guy who was born before the Civil War. Okay, so we're over 2 hours on game time. We're about 2 hours, 8 minutes. Do you think DeGrom is going to need to scale back the velo to avoid injury problems? Not really. No, I don't think so. I don't think there's pitchers that really do that, if that makes sense. Like if you're a starter, you know, you're scaling your velo to be able to throw 5, 6, or 7 innings, or however many pitches you want to in the game, but no starter who's really throwing like 100 is thinking, I'm just gonna go out there and throw 96 instead, for the sake of my arm health. I mean, maybe for DeGrom, well, first of all, you know, it's about picking your spots. Maybe that's what the good pitchers do, where, maybe you're throwing in a lower leverage, first batter of the inning, you're throwing less in terms of velocity, and then when you need the big strikeout with the bases loaded, you're throwing harder. But no, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's got to worry about that. If he gets injured, he gets injured, but just go out there and do your thing. Josh Taylor on the mound for the Red Sox. I gotta say, Josh Taylor, probably their most underrated reliever. Solid, very solid guy. Left-handed pitcher. Had a good year. Heine Manush and the Kiki Kyler love. There's some pretty interesting Kiki Kyler stats I've seen. None of them quite coming to mind. Home Run Baker is a phenomenal name, yeah. Well, I think he retired with the home run record, so he deserved it. Even though he hit 109 home runs. How many home runs did he hit? 96 home runs. But he lead the league in 4 straight years. Okay, Kike dove for that one, kept it in front of him, so it's going to be just a single for Brantley. Why isn't Trey Turner getting any MVP love this year? It's a good question. Trey Turner is actually he led, and look, it's literally decimal points, Yoel Garcia, but he led MLB hitters in F4 this year, if that's worth anything to you. It may be just changing the teams didn't really help him. It may just be, the defensive metrics that he put up aren't being valued as much. But yeah. He would definitely be in, he should be in everyone's top 5, but it's Harper's year, I feel like. Position change as well. Yeah, there's some truth to that too, Barry. I hadn't really thought about that. He had fewer career home runs than Roger Connor. Was that someone who played it the same? Oh yeah, was Connor the lead? Well, I'm sorry, I just hit my mic. Okay, yeah, so he really wasn't the home run leader. I thought for some reason he was. So when Ruth broke the record, was it Roger Connor's record? I want Soto, but I'm also a hella biased Nats fan. Yeah, I think the thing is just Harper just barely beat Soto in, WRC plus, OPS plus, OPS, whatever. So I think because of that, and they played the same position, then that for me makes it Harper, and Harper's got kind of just a little bit more just hype and narrative around him, honestly. But I also get Soto because I love on base percentage, and Soto was insane in terms of on-base percentage. I do think, do you have to go back to Bonds at this point? He was 465. Are we talking Bonds as far as qualified seasons, full seasons, not counting 2020? I know Giambi had, but that was earlier. He had a couple 470s. Yeah, so Soto, okay, you would have to go back to actually Chipper Jones in 2008. But that was in 128 games. You're talking about the highest qualified on base percentage in, 13 years. It's pretty crazy. I'm not going to count 2020 in that, but you know what I'm saying. Why don't we use Tango's metric? And well, I think that's what's being accomplished with like WOBA. You know, as far as a stat that can properly weigh, you know, a single versus a walk and a point of on base percentage versus a point of slugging. I think then you just go look at WOBA and WRC plus, and you know what? When you do, Harper led that one as well. So, or had more than Soto. So. What if Chipper Jones was only allowed to use a bat from one side of the plate? Is this John's burner? All right, Bregman, full count. Brantley's on first. Guys, Windows Defender did not find any threats. Let's everyone just give a good... Let's applaud Windows Defender for defending my computer in my honor. I've got to edit baseball bits on this machine. It better be virus-free, Windows Defender. Bregman, I think that's going to be a fly out. Well, will it bloop? Will it bloop? Will it bloop? Oh my gosh. Wow, Kike with like a last-minute adjustment there. Like, Kike was like here, and then right at the very end, he just kind of like weaved around. I don't know if that was like Dahlbeck or whatever, but he just was, or Arroyo, and he was just like, what? That was a very weird play. Like, look where his glove is, and then it's just, yeah. Well, good for Kike. Almost got a double play out of it. That's one of those where I almost feel like if it had dropped in instead, then Kike might have been able to get the force out at second if he was able to locate the ball quickly. Or Arroyo. How well do active Jaws leaders line up with expected Hall of Fame inductees? Yeah, that'd be a fun thing to look at. I mean, there's some guys like, I mean, I feel like, let's look at like SP Jaws. So the average, let's let this load. The average Hall of Fame Jaws is 61.7 for a pitcher. And then you have Greinke, Kershaw, Verlander right in there, and then Scherzer just a little bit after that. But I mean, that's the average Hall of Famer, you know? And that's starting pitcher too, and that's probably unfair just because previous starting pitchers have had a lot of, you know, volume compared to starting pitchers of today, so more opportunities to accrue WAR in that sense. But yeah, I mean, it's just generally just, I feel like the players that are playing now that are, you know, probably just, if they retire today, Hall of Famers, it's like, you know, well, not necessarily if they retire today, but the players who are just, you know, just definitely going to be Hall of Famers that are active right now, it's like, you know, Trout, Betts, Cabrera, Pujols, Greinke, Scherzer, Verlander, what pitcher am I forgetting? Greinke, Scherzer, Verlander, Kershaw, Molina, Posey, Votto. That's about it. Not to say that, of course, there will be other players that are active now that will be Hall of Famers, but those are the guys that I would say are like, you know, more like locks. Check swing, common success. It's a great strategy. Great strategy to get a check swing that's not really it's not really a swing. How close is Goldschmidt? I'd put Goldschmidt in the same tier as like Freeman, where they can't retire today and be Hall of Famers like the players I just named, but I would consider them to be either on pace or like close to on pace. And it's the same with Machado, man. It's the same. It's going to be the same with Arenado. We can do this with like 20 different players, you know? Gosh. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got snappy. But I know it's going to be like, is it the same with Arenado? Is it the same with Jose Ramirez? Could he be in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, if they keep playing great. Is it the same with, you know? But yeah, let's do Goldschmidt. So Goldschmidt has just finished his age 33 season, and he has 50.7 WAR. So let's look at first baseman who had between 45 and 55 WAR. Their age 33 season. Oh. We don't have to really look at first baseman, but it might be a better comp. Let's go 40. Oh, wait, I biffed that. What about Lars Nootbaar? He's first ballot. Yeah, anyways, so here's some sort of like company that Goldschmidt is, at least war-wise through his age. You know, you've got some guys. You've got Teixeira, who's not going to be in. You've got Palmeiro, who doesn't really count. You've got Berkman, who's, you know, fallen off the ballot. Olerud's not in. Will Clark's not in, but I think many people consider these guys as like snubs to some degree. Is Jake Beckley in? Jake Beckley's in. Sisler's in. Anson's in. So I think the majority of the guys on this list, we've got one Hall of Famer here. Let's see, another Hall of Famer here, another Hall of Famer here, another Hall of Famer here, so about. Yeah, so it's like, you know, about 5 of the guys on these lists are Hall of Famers. You've got Helton, who's got a good chance to become one soon, so that would be 6. Goldschmidt, who's still active. Palmeiro, who would be a Hall of Famer if it weren't for the roids. So, you know, he's like kind of on pace, but I mean, he's just got to decide, is he going to be Mark Teixeira, you know? In terms of, you know, Mark Teixeira really slowed down. You know, if you look at what he did, he didn't have much more of his career to go when he was Goldschmidt's age, you know, or, you know, does he get to do like, you know, in pretty good, let's see, if you're doing a modern example, Todd Helton. And I think that Todd Helton, you know, just by virtue of he got to stick around a little bit longer, you know, or Cepeda even. And I feel like Helton's going to get in. That's why I bring him up. I feel like Helton is generally in a decent spot to get in at the moment. Especially, maybe even Walker helps. Yeah, I mean, if a 6-4 season this year, it would be easier, I think, to bet on Goldschmidt had he won one of those MVPs. Like, he had 2 runner-up seasons. I'm not gonna say how I'm watching the game Junk Wax Breaks, but it's not legal. It's illicit. Bill Dickey got love. Yeah, well, it's like that's kind of what happens. Well, I see what you're saying versus Posada. Yeah, I get that. Or even Munson. I would put Munson in the Hall of Fame ahead of, you know, Posada or maybe even Dickey. 50K subs, credit card reveal. Yeah. Thoughts on R.A. Dickey? Not necessarily Hall of Fame question, but like insights from his career. I mean, I think it's a good like throwback story in many ways. You know, I just wish there was a story like that happening in baseball all the time. You know, we don't get to see. Mickey Janis came up and pitched like one game this year, but I think what's happened is that we've become pitch designers in the lab. You know, you work on your grips. You steal. You know, if you want to throw a great slider, maybe you borrow a slider grip from someone who's already a great slider pitcher, and you ask them what they're doing, and then you go in front of the Edgertronic camera and you throw it over and over again, and it's like going to the lab, and that's how you design your pitches. And when you design your pitches, you know it's traditional pitches. You know, it's you're designing a fastball, you're designing a slider, you're designing a changeup. And I think what's kind of happened is that this knuckleball is like it's almost like beyond science. It's like this magic, it's just a feel, man, type of pitch. And because a knuckleball hasn't really been properly designed in a pitch lab, you know, what's happening now is that when you have pitchers who reach the end of their rope in their MLB career, or their pro baseball career, where you know where someone like R.A. Dickey would have said, "Well, I've reached the end of my rope. Time to try to become a knuckleballer, or try to you know become like a weird like submarine pitcher. You know those things that people do when their careers in like a death throw. You know, wow, another weird play from Kike. That's what a knuckleball is. A knuckleball is a pitch for desperate people. No one wants to be a knuckleballer. They just kind of end up that way if nothing else works for them. And so I think what's happened now is with the pitch design stuff, you know, and how people can use technology, I think what's happened is instead of those people saying, let me be a knuckleballer, you know, now that this isn't working, I think what's happening is people saying, oh, I can just go to the lab now and see if I can actually, you know, throw a fastball or a slider or a curveball or a changeup like a normal person. And I kind of think that's so. In some ways, Dickey is potentially the last of his kind. So what I would love to see is a scientific approach to designing a knuckleball. I think that could be huge because, like you said, Steamboat, you know, the juice ball era also murders a knuckleballer too, because you know if it does get hit, it can get crushed. So if the ball continues to be dejuiced, if a knuckleball can be figured out in a pitch lab, then you know, then maybe. But yeah, in some ways, Dickey is truly the last of his kind. I mean, Dickey's last year in the majors was maybe 16. So he was old enough that even, you know, as he was in his 17, even in his final year in the big leagues, he hadn't quite experienced the full consequences of the StatCast era on pitching, I would say. So those are my thoughts on R.A. Dickey. And a good point, too, by Aaron Gordon. I mean, Dickey's knuckleball is the best of all time. I get that, like, you know, Phil Niekro had a Hall of Fame career out of it. I totally get that, but I think I just to dominate, like, you know, what was a mostly modernized game, a game that's not too different from what's being played on the field, like right now, like the one we're watching, like that's crazy, you know. And I think he had such good command of it. I think he had probably the best command of it of any pitcher that threw a knuckleball, as far as being able to put it in his spots at his best. All right, I'm gonna get a little bit of water real quick. I'm not leaving you. We're only on track for 4 hours 20 minutes. Dude, is that dude Cody Bellinger, dude? I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. I I went to get water and I literally forgot the water bottle. There's one step. All right. Junkwax, you're a recent Patreonite. Actually, I believe the word would be patron. This is gonna be very nerdy, but you all are patrons for me, like if I was like an artist living in the Renaissance and you were my Medici family. That's where like Patreon comes from. You are patrons of the arts. In this case, the arts are videos for baseball nerds. There's a very funky sort of infield single for Christian Arroyo. Oh, wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't see that's what happened. How are they going to call that? Arroyo kind of hit it like very softly in the air, and then Maldonado like just kind of instantly barehanded it, but then also tagged him. And then threw to first. What's the call gonna be here? Just when you thought the pace of play was gonna be good, we're gonna do this for about 5 minutes. Here's what's gonna happen. Dusty Baker's gonna go and talk to these guys for about a minute 30. Then he's gonna walk back. Then Alex Cora is gonna want some clarification about something, if something can be reviewed or not. And then they're gonna review it. And then once they have the headset on their head, we're gonna say we can't review this. And then we can play ball. Opinions on the City Connect jerseys. I think there were some really good ones and some really bad ones. The best ones were the Marlins. The Marlins City Connect was really good. Those were really sharp. but there are also some bad ones. So it's a mixed bag. D-backs were best. Let's see. Because I can't quite sure if I can recall what those look like. Oh yeah, the Serpents. I like the Marlins more personally. The Boston Yellows grew on you. Yeah, I think the thing about the Boston Yellows one is that they're kind of good looking jerseys. It's just weird that a team called the Boston Red Sox is wearing yellow jerseys. That's what's weird about it. It's almost like you wish that was for like, I don't know, Oakland or something, you know. And also, my understanding is that Boston always won when they wore those jerseys. So maybe some Boston fans have actually fond memories of those jerseys. Yeah, the Cubs ones were bad. I would say I didn't really care for the majority of them, but some of them were really good. Weren't the colors for the Boston Marathon? I'm sure that's what it was, Steamboat. I mean, all the City Connect journeys had some tie to the city. But like I just said, it's just, at face value, it's just kind of weird that they're called the Red Sox and they're wearing something that's yellow. Is Greinke washed? No, not at all. Greinke is the Chad innings eater. He has become the Chad innings eater. Which just to this is who Zach Greinke is. He's not this guy anymore. He's this guy. If you can eat innings at 95, 100, 105 ERA plus, you ain't washed. He threw 170 innings this year. Someone's got to eat those innings. Everyone's trying to figure out how to get, 1,458 innings, The Oakland A's hat had the Golden Gate Bridge on it. I guess they were thinking we're going to City Connect to the Bay Area, but yeah, that is dumb. That is kind of dumb. For San Francisco, sure, they can have the Golden Gate Bridge, but Oakland. Greinke will retire to become an ice cream truck driver. Well, Votto said that he was going to be either a school bus driver or like a crossing guard with like the whistle for children walking to school. That's sort of his deal. So maybe Greinke would join him. Greinke could be the ice cream truck driver after school, and then Votto can be the bus driver. Or maybe Greinke, Greinke's your ice cream truck driver for the summer, when the kids are out of school. A should have had something Vegas related for City Connect. Ooh, that's mean. But also, you're probably not wrong. It would have been funny if they just had like some, just like a pair of dice, Or if they changed their name to from Oakland A's to Oakland Ace or something like that. Yeah, the Montreal Rays. The Montreal Rays of Tampa Bay. Like the instead of Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, the Montreal Rays of Tampa Bay. I like when I feel like Washington has, like, the Washington Nationals weren't always doing the Expos thing, but now I feel like, haven't they done some Expos throwbacks now? I think that's cool. I miss the Expos, man. That was such a cool franchise. Is Blyer a slightly younger Greinke? No. I mean, no. I mean, we're talking about a left-handed reliever versus a right-handed starter. And Greinke had pretty decent velo. Like, he's just old now. He actually threw, like, pretty well above average velo as far as when his arm talent prime was. The New York Jets of... Yeah, the New York Jets of... what city do they play in New Jersey? What's that called? I can't remember. Another Nats question. What is Patrick Corbin? I don't know. Is he just done? Is that... I mean, is this what it is? Here's the thing about Patrick Corbin, and just about big contracts in general. What's generally going to happen is, versus the money they're being paid, on the front half of the contract, that's when you're going to get most of the value, and that's where we're going to get most of the surplus value. So, look, Patrick Corbin had a great season in 2019. They wouldn't have made the playoffs without him. They wouldn't have won the World Series without him. And because of that, his contract is kind of paid off up front. So now, if he wants to, like, suck for a few years, that's okay, because he got the value out in just, honestly, the first year of the contract, And that's kind of what happens. What will happen is, someone will sign a 6-year contract, and then by the time they get to that 6th year, they'll be washed. They won't be very good, and people will be like, I can't believe we're paying this guy so much money, this year, and he's playing like this. But they're not thinking about how good they might have been for the first 3 years of that contract. A good example of this, before this year kind of changed it up, but a good example of this would have been Votto's deal. So Votto signed for 10-225. Let me make sure I get that right. Will happen in Philly with Harper? Absolutely. I mean, he's probably gonna win MVP this year. And then if he sucks when he's 39, people are going to be like, we're paying this guy $26 million or whatever it is. It's like, dude, he won an MVP earlier in this deal. I need to make sure. Okay, before 2012. So before 2012, Votto signed a 10-year, $225 deal. And if you look at the first 6 years of that deal, he was, like, amazing. All right, he got you 34 WAR. He already paid for the deal. And so he had a great season this year, but even if he's just like, 2018, 2019, 2020 level where he was just like replacement level like he was in 2019, 2020, it would have been fine. He paid for it. He signed a 10-year deal and he paid for it in 6, Later, Junkwax, I appreciate you tuning in. How much money is one WAR worth? So it changes a little bit, but generally the logic... So it's not super linear. So I'll put it this way. So, you have like an Ohtani type player, right, who might have put up like 8 WAR this year. Well, 8 WAR Ohtani is more valuable than 4 players who are worth 2 WAR apiece because Ohtani only takes up 1 roster spot. So it's not super linear. If you may pay for 8 WAR by signing, 1 player that gets 8 WAR, or you may sign 4 players that get 2 war apiece. I'm telling you that one player who gets 8 war is more valuable than those 4 because of the roster spot situation. But generally, if you want to estimate on the open market, so we're talking about when a guy hits free agency, teams will pay between 8 to 9 million per war. But as far as like, because, you know, certain guys are making league minimum, and because guys are, oh, good night, Jared. And because certain guys are making, you know, league minimum and putting up a ton of war, because certain guys are putting up arbitration and putting up a lot of war. If you look at like total payroll versus total war around the league, I think the league pays like maybe 4 million per war or something like that. But on the open market, it might pay, you know, 8 to 10 million. As far as like when someone hits free agency, that's what I mean when I say open market per war. But a 1 war player might not always get 8 to 10 million for 1 year of work. You know, that might be what the 2 war player or the 3 war player might get it scaled that way. So that's actually a reason why people feel like a guy like Trout, who may be capable of putting up a 10 war, could actually be seen as underpaid relative to how much he's making. Because 10 war in 1 roster spot is more valuable than you know, 5 guys who are 2 war. Bottom of the 6th. I feel like I haven't talked about the game in a while. But it's still 3-1 Boston. They got Tanner on the mound. Tanner may be an X factor. He's facing Chas McCormick, who played for my OTP Rangers. Joey Votto Hall of Fame. Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. I mean, Votto is he's a 300, 400, 500 guy right now. He may dip below that next year. But yeah, pretty much for the most part, if you're a 300, 400, 500 guy, you're a Hall of Famer. I think I'd rather have 5 2-war guys over the 1 10-war and 4 no-war guys, though. Yeah, I get that. But I think the feeling is, you know, if you're a good team, and by the way, you should be a good team if you have a 10-war guy. You should be building around him. Sorry, Angels. Then you may be able to scrounge up, you know, a 0.5 war guy from the minors who you get to pay, you know, a league minimum salary, you know. Or go sign, you know, some, you know, bounce back candidate or some, you know, like old veteran for like 3 or 4 million. Do you like beer? What styles? I'm not a big, like, I don't drink a lot of alcohol. I don't dislike beer. As far as styles, I like, you know, I lived in Germany for a year, so I like, you know, like a Hefeweizen. Pilsner was also very popular in one of the regions where I lived. Don't like Pilsner quite as much, but I do like a Hefeweizen. But I don't drink very often. Maybe once a month. Maybe. MLB has more parity than NBA due to team composition, how the game is played, capping contract years. Doesn't seem useful for baseball IMO. Are you talking about years like a team can sign someone to a contract? I'm 26, yeah. Once a month sounds like offenses against Tim Keefe. Tristan McKenzie opinion. I feel pretty good about him, but you know, there's guys like Tristan McKenzie. You know what I mean? There's guys who have just electric stuff, but it's a question of, can they handle the workload of a full season and still be productive? So I don't, I'm afraid I don't have too much to contribute on that. Tristan McKenzie is, like many young pitchers, a guy with electric stuff who you just hope can throw, 150 innings in a season. And if they can do it, they can do it. If they can't, they can't. But the talent is there. Yeah, I think, well, I don't think a lot of people, when we were talking during the wild card game stream, that was what they were saying. I'm not, yeah, I was really more quoting what they were saying, but a lot of people feel like he's going to be an X factor. And I feel like just a big sort of general X factor in the playoffs and I've talked about this with Jeremy from MLB Random Stats, using a starter out of the bullpen can be a huge game changer. I mean, we saw it yesterday with Scherzer coming out of the pen on a bullpen day to close out that game. So when we talk about Tanner being an X factor, that's it. Nolan, thank you for tuning by. The game has been, I think, kind of I think it's dragging, personally. But the Red Sox are leading 3-1. But I would say it's very very, I don't know. It's okay. I'm a big pace of play guy. Was the guy from the chicken and beer scandal the best knuckleballer? Well, he might give you a knuckle sandwich if you put too much chicken and beer in me. How much does losing McCullers hurt the Astros? It definitely hurts them, I think. That guy has a lot of playoff experience, and I mean, look, it's small sample size. You don't always want to look at ERA for these kinds of things, but I mean, Lance McCullers Jr. has a 2.83 ERA career in the playoffs and 57 innings. Like, that's crazy good. And some of these other guys, Fromber's got some experience. Luis Garcia, not so much. So it hurts. But I don't think it. I still think the Astros are the favorites. I still think they're the better team, and I still think they actually have the better pitching staff overall, even with McCullers hurt. But who knows? I mean, the Red Sox are winning this game, and they beat the Rays in 4. Julio Urias, sneaky Cy Young pick for next year. I'm not gonna dispute him as a Cy Young pick. That's not the part I'm gonna dispute. What I'm gonna dispute is the word sneaky, because Julio Urias is he's 25, and he's probably gonna finish top 5 in Cy Young voting. Is that a home run by Altuve to the Crawford boxes? Hey, tie ball game, 3-3. But anyways, I would dispute sneaky because he's probably going to finish top 5 in voting this year, and he's 25. So is that really sneaky? Is it sneaky to have an ERA below 3 and win 20 games? That's what I'm disputing. And to play for the best team in MLB, is that sneaky? That's what I'm going to say. He could be your Cy Young pick, but I just don't think it's a sneaky pick. Kelenic, strong finish, repeatable? I hope so. Here's what I think about Kelenic. And I felt like this before he even made his debut. He's not, despite his prospect status, he's not a Soto, Tatis, Acuna, Guerrero, Wander Franco talent. He's just not. He does not have that ceiling of being, the best player in baseball like all those guys do as a ceiling. That's not who he is, and that's never who he was. Even if he came up, and whenever he came up, he might have been, depending on what website you were looking at, like the number 2 prospect in baseball or something, which is where Tatis was a couple years ago. That's not who he is. I think for Kelenic, a really good outcome for him would be just to be like, Michael Conforto. If Kelnic's next 5-6 years are like, the first 5-6 years of Michael Conforto's career, That would be a really good outcome for him and the Mariners. The guy that the Mariners have who can be that franchise-altering Soto, Tatis, Acuna, Guerrero talent is Julio Rodriguez. Simple as that. Why was he rated so high up as a prospect? I don't know. I don't know, Yoel. I'm not a prospect. Well, I mean, I follow the prospect scene decently, but I'm not like a scout. I would have had him probably around 10 to 15, personally, if I were making a list. But I mean, I want to see where he was at preseason, because I feel like he was top 10 for a lot. Yeah, Baseball America had him at 4, and MLB Pipeline had him at 4. Prospectus had him at 6. He would have been outside my top 10, which is still great, It's not to say being the 12th best prospect in baseball is a bad thing. I know, Junk Wax Breaks. That's kind of how his ALCS went last year. All the errors, but also he was raking. It's kind of funny, actually. So poor Tanner, not the X factor. Well, he's affecting the game, just not positively, I must say. Do you think the M should call up Julio Rodriguez? I think they should have called him up. Oh, you were asking past tense. Yes. Yes, Joseph Crosby. Let me tell you why. Luis Torrens, at this stage in his career, is a 90 WRC plus Steamer guy. So if Steamer has him as a 90 WRC plus hitter going forwards, or at least how he would have been for the rest of 2021 if there was more 2021 for them, he's at 90, and he was their DH. Julio Rodriguez, at the age of 20, looking at a 110 WRC plus Steamer, you really wouldn't rather have that guy as your DH than Torrens? I'm not even a Luis Torrens hater, but yes, they should have called him up. If the projection systems already think Julio Rodriguez is a better hitter, they should have called him up. And those projection systems probably being like decently, conservative, because he hasn't played. He's barely played above high A. So of course they should have called him up. But yeah, that's what it's all. It's all in the name of manipulating his service time. He may not even be up until Super 2 has passed next year. How do you think the Mariners should approach this offseason? They have to act like... So this is very general philosophy. I'm not going to say they should sign this player, they should sign... But they have to approach their offseason like they went 76 and 86 last year, which was their Pythagorean run differential. They can't have an offseason like they were just 90 and 72. They need to have an offseason like they were 76 and 86. That's my opinion, which means they need to get a lot better if they want to expect to make the playoffs. I don't think they can just be like, let's make a few tweaks, and then we'll get 92 wins, and then we'll make the playoffs. They got to act like they're 76 and 86. They got to act like a team with a negative 51 run differential and seek to improve on that. It wasn't their owner, Nathan. It was like their vice president, and he was canned. But I mean, if he's talking about it like that, then obviously the owner's talking about it like that, just not in front of the Rotary Club, Their fun differential was positive. Got to give them credit for that. What do you make of the enigma that has been Michael Brantley's career? I don't think it's an enigma at all. I think he's just been a really good hitter for the most part. Had maybe one season in there where it didn't go his way. But I mean, this is just super consistent. We're talking about a 10-year stretch where his lowest OPS plus was 105. Where his highest was 148, and then, these last 4 years, it's just the same numbers over and over again. I know some injury stuff has been weird with them. I know, blah, 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 but I don't really find much strange about his career. How late do I normally stay up? Um, the ideal bedtime for me is probably like 1 a.m. or maybe like 12:30 a.m. I mean, you gotta keep in mind I'm a freaking YouTuber. You know, I don't have to go to the office at 8 a.m. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily injuries keep him out of the Hall of Fame. I mean, maybe I'm just way off on that. Late start for sure. I mean, he didn't really get an actual season in until 24. So for a lot of players trying to make the Hall of Fame, that would be a late start. Okay, so Brooks Raley is in. This is going to be a Brooks Raley had one of the best good piece of pitching ratings of like any pitcher this season. Like one of the best. Like he was like a top 5 reliever, I think. And his ERA this year was 4.78. So it's like, you know, is Brooks Raley just gonna? It would be really funny if Brooks Raley was just like an insanely good like nails reliever for Houston this series, because I feel like, and then he went on to have a great 2022, because that would kind of prove my theory right. Of course, as I say that, look what happens to him. Schwarber sort of, you know, knuckles off a opposite field, ground ball, single. His xFIP was 2.92. I did not speak too soon. He hasn't allowed a run yet. I did not speak too soon. But also, I think that's maybe what his problem has been, is hits like that. First career win in 2012, third career win in 2021. That is pretty cool. That's quite the gap for Mr. Raley between major league appearances. What did Jose Rio do? What was his gap? 7 years for Raley. Rio did 6 years. His was a little bit different, though. I mean, yeah, well, that's the problem, right? Clonex, if it's a good piece of pitching, but it's a hit, and he's probably had a lot of those. What would be your analysis on the Kimbrel trade with the benefit of looking at the White Sox season in totality? It didn't work. I mean, they were gonna win that division with or without him. Tepera was a better get than Kimbrel, honestly. And you give up Madrigal, who's going to be probably a 2 to 3 WAR player every year. So an average to above average second baseman for cheap for like the next 5 years. It didn't affect their outcome either way, because they lost the ALDS, you know. But they gave up Nick Madrigal to do it, you know. You could have traded Nick Madrigal for someone else, that maybe could have affected your team more positively. And it's a product of, what it's really a product of is at the trade deadline this year, the cost for relief pitching was insanely high. Teams were shelling out a lot in terms of prospect capital to get relievers. And Kimbrel was the height of that. Because with the Cubs, he was looking like, you know, he was having like maybe the best reliever season in baseball. ALCS legend. Well, he's got one out, and he's got Devers. I was surprised by it. That was one of the more wow moments of the trade deadline. But I mean, look, the Cubs traded away Gleyber Torres for like 2 months of Chapman. And I don't think anyone faults them for doing that. But that's only because it worked, because they won, you know. Phillies didn't give up much for Ian Kennedy. Oh yeah, I guess not. The Spencer Howard, that was the Kyle Gibson, right? Yeah, in fact, I think former like 21 game winner Ian Kennedy, right? Like in one season. Did he win 21? Yeah, 21-4. Nice. Better than Urias. Yeah, exactly. It's like outcome dependent, you know. To me, it's just you have to criticize process probably more than results in the game of baseball. And probably just life, you know. I think it's better to criticize process than results. Devers off the end of his bat, kind of a lazy pop up to center. Well, look at you guys. We're 1 out away. I know we got a little weak single from Kyle Schwarber, but Brooks Raley looking decent, looking very decent so far. And here comes Dust. Yeah. So I guess he was just there to face the lefty. So he faced the lefty Schwarber, the lefty Devers, and also the righty Bogarts we struck out. Astros trash can scandal confirmed good idea then. It was a great idea. They won the World Series, and then they found out they were doing the trash can banging, and then they still got to keep the World Series, you know? It worked great. And in a few years' time, people aren't going to care as much, you know? No one gets mad at George Springer when he comes on their TV anymore. No one gets mad at him. Everyone's like, that's George Springer. He's great. He plays for the Blue Jays. It's going to happen to Correa, too. It worked great. Did you watch Baseball Doesn't Exist video on Altuve? No, I haven't, but we talked about it last night. From Tony Adams' research for the sign stealing scandal, Altuve had the lowest trash can bang rate that was audible of any Astros hitter with any amount of sample size. And so if I'm assuming that Baseball Doesn't Exist kind of honed in on that aspect in that video. At least he should have. But I've kind of been in that camp on Altuve specifically. But yeah, again, I assume this was in the video. Haven't seen it. But Tony Adams, who's an Astros fan, documented it. Went back, listened to all the trash can bangs. And on a player-to-player basis, where's Altuve? Altuve has the lowest bang rate of anyone on that roster. Besides Tony Kemp, to 2 pitches. So that's, of any sample size, it's Altuve. We're confident Altuve using the buzzer, though. Nathan, I'm going to be honest with you. Not at all, dude. That was all hearsay, dude. There is no evidence of that. That pisses me off when I'm not mad at you for saying it, but when the fact that is commonly accepted as a fact that he was wearing as a buzzer, the fact that people are like, oh yeah, dude, he's wearing a buzzer, it's proven. No, it's not. It's not. You can hear the trash can bangs. That's proven. The buzzer, that's like, you know. Hard disagree that we're confident on that. I'm not saying without a doubt, he wasn't wearing a buzzer. I'm not going to say that. What I'm saying is we definitely don't know. And I would lean more towards no. And I kind of felt like that at the time. I was like, yeah, I don't know. This seems very circumstantial. I think when I did, I'm not even sure if that was out yet when I did the Astros video, but I feel like I did a pretty good job of not being like sensationalized about their season. And if Tony's research was out, then I maybe could have done an even better job. Yeah, I agree. The punishment should have been going back to the NL Central. Yeah, just swap with the Brewers. Oh yeah, they could have. I mean, they were great. I mean, look, one of the accepted facts of the sign stealing scandal is that it was definitely done at home, and we don't know if it was done on the road. And they scored like way more runs on the road that year than at home. Even though home is where they were definitely cheating. I think what's happened with these anti-Astros people is that they're channeling their frustrations with the league at Astros fans. They're frustrated with the punishment, and instead of being critical of the people who handed down that punishment, they're critical of Astros players and fans. Stanek is pumped after that, dude. Anyways, seventh inning stretch, 3-3. I agree too, Nathan. I agree with that. I think this is the last year we should say we care at all about the Astro sign stealing scandal. We found out about it in late 2019. 2020, empty stadiums. 2021, okay, there's fans here. You can boo them if you want. After this, we have to all collectively say it's over. Okay? Especially because Correa has been like the most vocal one about that and defending them. And if Correa suits up for the Detroit Tigers next year, we have to be willing to say it's over. It's over. ALS is going to get competitive again soon. I hope so. I thought it was going to be competitive this year. I thought, I kind of thought the A's, Angels, and Astros would all be really close to one another, and that didn't happen. What about the MVP? Judge should have won. Do you not realize we just spent the last 5 minutes defending Altuve? I know you're probably asking that but what about, it's kind of sarcastic, but still. If we're defending Altuve, then, what... If Altuve's clean and the voters picked him, then why are we, feel so bad for Judge? Junk Wax, there wasn't player punishment. There is a little bit of that, for sure. There is definitely a little bit of that, but the biggest thing is that the players were offered immunity up front if they, if they were basically the way MLB handled is they gave the players immunity up front, and so they immediately conceded that in the hopes of trying to find out the truth of what actually happened. And that too from Chris. But also, sign stealing, and I think I said it earlier in this stream, sign stealing is a spectrum. maybe the Astros were going above and beyond what other teams are doing, but at the same time, it's still definitely going on to some degree. Maybe not like the Astros were doing, but there's still definitely teams doing it. We've seen a lot of other organizations. There was even like weird stuff with like the Rockies that was like a headline for a day. And I think during the Astros sign stealing scandal, I think Brewers, that just the Brewers name came out for a little bit, and Red Sox had the Apple Watch thing, and I feel like maybe even like Cleveland had a thing. I can't remember. You want to hire Beltran? Well, I would love to see Beltran get a managerial job. I never agreed with letting him go in the first place. I just kind of felt like that was, of all the things for the Wilpon family to bend to public pressure, that was a very weird thing for them to do. Guys, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it. I'm looking at who is the... you don't want... before we had Tanner, but now we have Hansel. And Hansel is so slow. He is so slow on the mound. I know pace of play has been a topic of discussion. Hansel Robles, dude, is so slow between pitches. You just have to hope that he doesn't allow a runner on base, because if he does, then it's really going to slow to a halt. Why did Schilt get canned? Well, I know Schilt was like kind of an old school guy, and so maybe they didn't see eye to eye philosophically. That was something that the Cardinals team president said. He felt like there were differences of philosophy. But the other thing I think with Schilt is that there's possibly more to the story that will be out in the coming days. So I'm curious to see if that would happen. But people started speculating when, because the timing of it was weird, that there's maybe more to the story with Schilt leaving the team. That's a good point, Chris. And it's not just that, too. I think for me, the biggest thing was, you can talk about hiring Hinch and Cora, who, by the way, Hinch and Cora now both major league managers, and no one really seems to bat an eye. But those guys were in, they weren't players. Hinch and Cora weren't players. And the thing is, Beltran was a player. He kind of got this treatment like he wasn't. He got this sort of, they gave him the treatment that Cora got in a way, or that Hinch got in a way, by saying you can't be a manager in MLB. But Beltran was a player. And at the same time, that Mets team was rostering J.D. Davis and Jake Marisnick, who were also players for the 2017 Mets. I just didn't get it. I get that the Mets were hiring Beltran for a leadership position, but still, I never got it. I don't think it will. I don't think it will, Chris. My opinion is that given enough distance, that this scandal will not affect Hall of Fame voting. And the biggest thing that could help, now between, and first of all, with Beltran, he's hitting the ballot fairly soon. But he could hang on the ballot for 10 whole years. Think of how long 10 years is. Think about holding a grudge for 10 whole years, Especially if more sign stealing scandals break. Especially if over the next 10 to 15 years we found out basically every team was using some sort of system. How do they keep Beltran out? You could make the same argument about steroids. There's a lot of steroids guys, but I actually don't think that the sign stealing scandal will be make or break for anyone making the Hall of Fame. I think they'll either just have gotten in or have not gotten in on their own merit. That's what I think long term. You have to talk about holding a grudge for like 15 years. It's crazy. Yeah, he last played in 2017. So Yes, 2023. Which means he could hang around until like 2032. Again, we're talking 15 years after the fact, dude. 15. And he's the oldest one. You know, Altuve, you know, he could still be on the ballot 20 years after it happened. Correa, 25 years, you know. It's crazy. Switch over to this real quick. One sec, guys. Yeah. A lot of second ballot guys who will be interesting. But yeah, by Jaws. Is this sorted by Jaws? Yeah, I mean, by Jaws, the next guy. This is John Lackey. So. Yeah, I felt the same way, Eli. I felt the same way. But again, I think if McCann is or isn't a Hall of Famer, it would be on his merit, kind of. But I mean, I said it in my Molina video. Like, the thing that makes Molina cool is that, you know, the nerds will go to bat for Martin and McCann. They'll say, we're nerds. We looked at the numbers, and it's got to be, if you put it in Molina, then you got to do Martin and McCann. But my point is that Hall of Fame voters probably won't listen to that. And so what's probably going to happen is Martin and McCann are both not going to get in on the writers' ballots. And then, you know, if you talk about a committee-type vote, it's kind of hard to predict that. But in that sense, I don't think it will affect McCann. I think either way, he's not in. I think you can build an argument for him, but I'm just trying to tell you what I think the people that vote for the Hall of Fame will do. One strike away. From being through 7 innings. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes in. I think that's a perfectly fine thing to do, honestly, Eli. Oh, Correa. Oh, he pimped that. Correa just pimped that beyond belief. That was such a... Oh, that was so good. That's good for the game, honestly. If Correa is you know, because you saw the comments about Tepera. If Correa is so happily playing the villain, that is good for the game. Good for him. Baseball needs villains, guys. That's the thing about the Astros scandal. If he wants to do that, he can do it. People won't care as much if he's a Tiger next year, so you might as well, you know, get what you can out of it. That was sick. Also, a total, like, Crawford boxes, like, you know, 97 mile per hour exit velo, 36 degree launch angle, 350, 180 XBA. Total Crawford boxes home run, but he's played there long enough to know what that feels like. No doubter in some ways for him. Yeah, I feel like he was wearing something on his wrist. But it might have just been like a wristband or guard or something like that. So Astros lead 4-3. Yeah, maybe it was a buzzer. He was tapping his buzzer. He's taunting the Red Sox about the Apple Watches. You know what? That's probably it, Nathan. He's so petty. I don't. That may be it, actually. Yeah, that was a John Farrell era scheme. I've seen some people attribute that to Cora. It's like no, I don't think he was there. Kyle Tucker pulled ground out. We are through 7. All right, through 7 innings. It has taken us 3 hours and 24 minutes. Should they bring back the hill? No, I don't think so. That's like, because as soon as you see a guy get injured on that, you're going to be like, why do we have this hill? This is stupid. That's why I say no. John Farrell was the losing pitcher on Randy Johnson's 6th career win. Well, there you have it, folks. But yeah, that home run from Correa, a total Crawford boxes job. The king of that I actually feel like is Bregman. Bregman, I think among maybe all players in MLB history, might have some of the least raw power among players to hit 40 home runs in a season. Among all players to hit 40 home runs in a season, his raw power is definitely on the lower side. But, you play where you play. Bregman back to form next season? I would like to see it. It's definitely possible. I mean, this guy was like, MVP finalist when he was 24 and 25. Crawford box merchant? He is. I mean, it's not a bad thing. A home run still counts, If it goes over the fence, you score, and everyone who else was on base scores. I mean, look at his... Well, let's go here. Look at where all his home runs were. Good night. Hey, appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, that's what it's like. I mean, Didi is kind of like that, but for people who have hit, like, I don't know, where do you top out at? 27 home runs in a season? Damn, I'm good. And Jose Ramirez, too, just because he's so good at pulling fly balls. It's not like Jose Ramirez has played in a ballpark super conducive to it, unlike, Bregman with the Crawford boxes or Didi with the short porch and right. But in terms of, like, guys who don't have crazy raw power, but who, particularly in the juiced ball era, could put up, impressive home run totals in a single season, yeah, it's like, Didi and Bregman and J-Ram. No, he hasn't. It's never happened. I mean, we can query it up right now. I don't think he's never hit a home run that's not pulled. Watch. Gregorius. All years. Home run. Batter. Player. Okay, so he's got 1 to. Yeah, that's right. I remember that from this year. He's got 1 to center field, but even that is just a little bit right of second base. So he's never gone, you know, if it's a clock, he's never gone, like, and this is 12 o'clock, he's never gone to 11 or 10. These are his home runs. It's as far as it goes. And most of them look kind of like by the way, full count to Danny Santana here as far as the game we're supposed to be watching. Full count. Kendall Graveman on the mound for the Houston Astros. Mariners legend. Short porch, common success. Danny Santana is battling. He is battling Mr. Kendall Graveman. Yeah, that's because they've been bought out by big porch, by the interests of big porch. I'm the one who's going to tell you the truth. I have no lobbyists. But Big Bleachers has bought out Joe Buck and John Smoltz. They're not telling you the truth, man. Garrett Whitlock, and we talked about him a little bit earlier, Sawamura warming. I guess it's Whitlock to pitch the 9th. Should we get... Well, I don't know. Maybe dependent on the state of the game once they reach the 9th inning. Any benefit to assigned bullpen roles / innings? I think, Eli, I think there's benefit in... Well, okay. Here's the thing. If you're Craig Kimbrell, because he's probably the most pronounced example from this year, because he went to, the White Sox, was pitching the 8th most of the time behind a Mr. Liam Hendricks. Where's the inning by inning breakdown? Where is it? Did I scroll past it? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, so Craig Kimbrell, ERA of .99 in the 9th inning and 4.42 in the 8th. So in that case, yes, there's a benefit. It would seem that he is better at pitching the 9th than the 8th. But at the same time, he's been pitching the 9th his entire career. And so I think the way you get an advantage is by having a staff of pitchers who, for them, there is no difference between the 7th or the 8th or the 9th and the 6th. I think there's only benefit to assigned bullpen roles when players are used to certain bullpen roles. Has anyone considered telling them to suck it up? That's what I would consider. Yeah, I think that's right, Andrew Scott. I mean, he was, I know he got traded at the deadline, but he was a big reason why he had .82 with, so he had .82 with Seattle and then 3.13 with Houston to give him 1.77 total. But he's actually, I know he was traded at the deadline, but Graveman is big reason why the Mariners won quite a few one-run games. We were talking about that fun differential earlier. Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit different though, Benjamin. I feel like that's like as a starter, pacing yourself, maybe having difficulty with it the third time through the order. That was a very weird ground ball single by Christian Arroyo, just threading the needle sort of between shortstop and third. I'm getting tired, not gonna lie. It's interesting that's only been an issue this year. Yeah, because he's if we're assuming you're talking about oh, still talking about Nola. I mean, look, fifth inning, you're gonna be primarily facing the order for a third time. That may be when you start to face the order for the third time. And when you look at Nola's career now, I just can never find the split that I want. This is actually, yeah, actually you're probably right. I mean, this is a fairly normal escalation. For me, I'm on East Coast. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, I mean, he's a 4 ERA for his career in the fifth, but that's, I mean, it might have been a 3 ERA before this year, so you're right. But yeah, Gary, it is 11:42. I'm just trying to think about my schedule and things I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I think I'll be working on Foolish Bailey tomorrow. And then I guess definitely watching the Braves. Not going to stream that, though. I think this is the last stream I'll do until maybe the World Series. 10 F4 Merchant, yeah. Or it's R-War. R-War is where he had the 10. He had 10.2 in 2018, and the reason he got there is he got a huge boost from what the system felt was bad defense when he pitched from the Phillies behind them. Stream it, but no chat. Stream if you watching, no talking, yeah. Get some super chats going, maybe. Just everyone just donating me just money, and I just sit there like this, just no reaction, no interaction. That'd be great for me, honestly. But yeah, it's because of it's our work. It's because of that RA9 defense. And wow, crushed. Travis Shaw, mayor of Ding Dong City, warning track caught. We move on to the bottom of the eighth. Thought that might have just tied up the game. Okay, so if it's interesting because Nola gets negative 0.6 on his RA9 differential, so it's as if he gets like a boost. Well, I gotta think of how to word it. It's like he gets the benefit of, losing 0.61 more on his ERA, if that makes sense, or on his runs allowed, because they're like, oh, the Phillies defense is so terrible, we've got to adjust for him. And yet Nick Pavetta pitched for the same team that year, and he kind of had the same thing, negative 0.66. And so with Pavetta in 2018, his ERA was 4.77, and yet he was still a 2.2 WAR pitcher, according to Baseball Reference. Graveman peed his pants a little there. Yeah, I saw. It had a little bit of a... It was like a kind of thing. A little nerve-wracking. But he got out of it. Oh. 9 more outs. or well, I don't know. Well, it depends how the game flow goes, but we may be getting to the end. I thank you guys so much for like tuning in and sticking with me. I mean, I feel like I haven't said it out loud, but I mean everyone who's here is a Patreon person, and for me, Patreon is just uber important because you gotta understand with this, uh, lifestyle I'm living, income can be very unpredictable. I might have a month where the algorithm loves me and I make a lot, and then it might all come crashing down. And I think that's actually, with the off season coming up, baseball is not going to be in the algorithm as much, and so my income's going to go down. And so the biggest thing with Patreon for me always is just that consistency. It's like I can always rely on this much amount of money coming to me every month. And so I just want to say thank you to you all for contributing to that. It's that consistency that you give me, even though, this YouTube stuff can be inconsistent. Win expectancy is 81% for the Houston Astros. There is a Georgia is very bad about this. They're kind of notorious about this. There's a town in the state of Georgia that is spelled Houston, that is pronounced Houston. And there is a town in Georgia that is spelled Cairo, like the capital of Egypt, that is pronounced Cairo. And there is a town that looks like it should be pronounced Lafayette, that is pronounced Lafayette. But yeah, I'm sure there's places all over the US that are doing this stuff, but I feel like Georgia's got them all kind of crammed against one another. I'm from Chick-fil-A State, indeed. I mean, I live in Atlanta, so that's where it was founded. Danny Santana's in the game. Plawecki's in the game. Verdugo's moving to right field. Georgia also easily funniest county names. And also Georgia, the most counties of any state for some reason. I don't know why. It's not like we're the most populous or the most by landmass, but we just have so many counties. I just don't know why. Why did we do that? We could just get rid of half these counties and, just start merging. Okay, I'll do my best, Benjamin. Oh, gosh. Okay. I'm thinking real hard about it, Benjamin. Shoe will kill. That's all I got. Oh, is that more? For some reason, I felt like Georgia's second most. Okay, for some reason, I felt like Georgia was the most. Second most. That was my attempt, Benjamin. How do I actually pronounce it? I'm not falling for that one. Not falling for that one, Gary. Not my first day on the internet. Schuylkill. It's like the city in New York that's pronounced Schenectady or whatever. Yeah, it is disproportionate. So runner on first for Samura. No outs. Yeah, Texas, it's more justifiable for Texas to have that many than it is for Georgia to have that many. I mean, Georgia's not a small state, and it's not, a state that is like sparsely populated by any means, but it's still too many. It's still too many counties. It's too many. Just start merging them. The reason I have this beef is because in fifth grade, we had to fill out a map of all the Georgia counties, and it took like the whole year. It's true. It's true. Astros win probability now at 87. And we're having a little talk. We're having a talk on the mound with all our friends because we're down 2-0 in the count to Chaz McCormick. I wish my name was Chaz, dude. If my name was Chaz, I could have been so much more. Instead of being the fourth most popular baseball YouTuber, I could have been the third most popular baseball YouTuber if my name was Chaz. Hey, throw strikes, dummy. Who are ahead of... Well, I guess it depends on how you... It's actually kind of impossible to say because do you want to judge on subscribers, which I think is actually a bad way to judge, or do you want to judge on views? But generally, I would say like John Boy's ahead of me for sure. Fuzzy's ahead of me for sure. And then I think Baseball Doesn't Exist is ahead of me. Definitely on views, he is. And so that would maybe make me fourth. But then maybe Mark might be ahead of me on views too. So maybe that would make me fifth. I don't think so, Gus. I think, yeah. 5 Points is a general sports YouTuber, though. So I wouldn't count him in that. Same with Urinating Tree. I'm talking purely MLB. Anyways, runners on first and second now for Houston. If they can get some insurance runs, here comes Alex Cora. I get it, Alex Cora. You're trying to manage this game. You're trying to keep it a one-run game. I get it. But also, this is taking a while. Sports writer at my academy is 5 Points Twitter manager. When you say academy, do you mean like is this a college? Is this like a post-grad kind of deal? Or academy? Ooh. Ooh, I'm at the academy. Or you're just like British. Hey, throw strikes, but not like, yeah. Don't throw them too good. Not like right down the middle. We're talking about edges. We like edge strikes. Okay, like high school. Maybe I need a Twitter manager. Just someone to get on there once a month and just write Mike Trout. For some, because I'm too lazy to do that. All right, Maldonado at the plate. Chance to really put it away, I think. I won't quite say put it away, but, insurance runs would really help. And Maldonado showing bunt. Why is MLB allergic to hiring broadcasters that like the game? Well, I think it's about who these broadcasts are geared towards. The average age of a baseball fan watching on TV, like watching on Fox right now, is like in their 50s. And so when they see Joe Buck and John Smoltz on their screen, they're like, yeah, I know who that is. You know, it might not be for you, might not be for me, but that's certainly part of it. That hit off Maldonado's, it glanced off his chest and then it hit his hand. Good old John Smooth. Good old JB Smooth. It is kind of an old guy thing to like not know the names of celebrities, like to get them kind of wrong though. Like they could be like, "Oh, it was that guy with the Braves. He won. He had all the saves and the wins." Oh yeah, John Smooth. Bases loaded. No, I mean this is put away the game territory for sure. I mean, if you get one run here and then you turn it over to Presley, he's pretty great. He's a pretty great pitcher. And it's Altuve too. Maldonado's been hit by 2 pitches tonight. How great is that for him? He's by far the worst hitter on their team, and they put him on base for free twice. He's there to, for his catcher defense, which is great. But how great is that? You get on base for free twice just for standing in there. You used to live in Tallahassee, yes. Blown away by Cairo. Yeah, I get that. Because you look at it on a map and you're like, oh, I know how that's pronounced. And then you get there and people look at you like you're stupid talking about a Cairo, Georgia. There's no such thing. A-Rod would be like, try a bunt. That was almost a swinging bunt. It is funny too, because like it was like A-Rod didn't attempt a bunt after like 1998 in his career or something like that. Yet he has this total infatuation. Guy who never bunted loves bunts. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Nathan. K-Row. Spoltz is the same way. Well, that's fair because he was a pitcher. He probably had to bunt a lot. And it's to Kike. Runner coming home. Safe. There's one insurance run. Yeah, why so many strikeouts? Oh, well, yeah. Well, then that's, yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah, former power pitcher laments. It's like, why is everyone throwing hard and why are there so many strikeouts? It's like, bro, that was you. I mean, I was talking about that. Like, Smoltz hates, like, the power pitching strikeouts game. He blames it all on the batters, even though he was a great power pitcher in his day, getting a lot of strikeouts. And then I tune into NFL on Sunday, and Tony Romo is gushing over these improvisational gunslinger quarterbacks. That's what he used to be. It's like Patrick Mahomes is like his final form. And so it's like if Tony Romo was like, just spent the whole game being like, defense sucks, go play defense. Why aren't these guys playing defense? Their defense sucks. I'm so mad. Where's the pass rush? Why can't they get a pass rush? Why can nobody cover these receivers? Instead of being like, oh wow, Patrick Mahomes. They're reviewing this? I didn't see any point of reviewing that. That looked very safe in real time. Good janitor throw from Kike, honestly. It was a little bit offline, but he did a pretty good job. Actually, it really wasn't even that offline. He did a pretty good job there. The Manning brothers are goated commentators. Well, here's what I think. What helps is the recency. If you were recently in the league, like a Romo, particularly an Eli Manning, I guess. It's not like Peyton played too long ago either. I think if you're talking about having a former player in the broadcast booth at this point for MLB, I think it ideally you would have played into the StatCast era. That's kind of my thing. If you former player in the broadcast booth, have played into the StatCast era, your perspective on the game is probably going to be much more up to date because the StatCast era really did change things for baseball. And so if you never as a player saw the consequences of that, I feel like you're kind of on another planet versus what's happening on the field. That's not to say it's like it should be like a hard requirement because there are like good, decent former player commentators. But I'm saying as far as like a general rule, I would like to see players who lived as players to see the consequences of the StatCast era. Like Wainwright. Everyone's gushing over Wainwright. You appreciate being treasured. They call me the trans treasurer. That's what they call me. Well, good night, Eli. Okay, let's see here. We're bottom of the 8th on commercial break. We are 5 minutes away from 4 hours. Baseball. %91 win expectancy for the Astros now. Okay, Michael Brantley doing his thing. Actually, well, I think there's a little bit of truth in that. Not necessarily about his viewpoints, but absolutely like the last few years have been about rehabilitating his image to get into the Hall of Fame. I feel like something's about to happen because my win probability just changed. Or might have just been taking a while to update. Let's see. No, I guess it's just took a while to update. So 95%. Yeah, David, he's really good at baseball. Really, really good at baseball. Hasn't always played 150 games a year, but really, really good at baseball when he plays. I'm glad he was included in on the Foolish 50, or else I would have looked dumb. Did you have a competitive sport in high school? No, I didn't. No, I guess my athletic career was after over like 8th grade. I could have played. I mean, I probably could have played high school baseball. I just would have been a bench warmer. But yeah, my problem was growing up, I could never stick with a sport. I played a few years of baseball, a few years of soccer, a few years of tennis, a few years of track, a few years of cross country, and then by the time I hit high school, I wasn't good enough at any of them. But if I'd have stuck with one, I could have been good enough, but I never stuck with one. Pretty big play there. I mean, it keeps the game within 2. But still pretty good win probability for the Astros. I feel like Mr. Ryan Presley has this one. That was a nice play. I think Ryan Presley's probably a top. I'm gonna say he's a top 5 closer. I don't think there's 5 closers that are better than him. Besides Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer is better than him. Known closer. Do you have a preference on who wins this series? Not really. Don't care for either, in a way. I'll say Houston. I feel like it would be good for the game if Houston made the World Series because, you know, might stir up some drama. So yeah, I'll say Houston. Am I allowed to lean Astros? Hey, that's what I just said. I'm doing that. Red Sox tore apart the vaunted Braves. Yeah, I know. It was impressive. I was like, I thought the Rays for sure were going to win that series. I'm not saying the Red Sox can't win. I'm just saying, as far as my preferences, I would probably lean Astros. Do you think you have a future MLB star following your channels? I mean, I've got some, like, good, like... There's some, like, good, like, minor league players, some of whom have started to make their MLB debuts. So I sure hope so, you know. When I was streaming one of the wild card games, Spencer Strider was in the chat. He's someone who just rocketed through the Braves minor league system. He was their 5th rounder, I think, in 2020, and made his debut right at the end of September. So you hope for guys like that, you know? You know, if there's minor leaguers out there watching, you hope they go on and have great major league careers. Be good for the brand. Are you a jersey guy as in terms of like owning sports jerseys? Not really, no. More of a jersey guy. Got a decent amount of Braves jerseys. This one is Dale Murphy. But no, I mean, jerseys are so expensive. If I was going to be a jersey guy, I would definitely go just like the DH gate route. And I would just buy like a bunch of them for like 30 or 40 a pop. Yeah, not jerseys as in Max Scherzer. Okay, Kike, Crawford boxes. 1-run game off the facade. I said Crawford boxes, but that would have been out anywhere. He crushed that. First pitch, 1-run game. What a huge insurance run, and what a huge playoffs Kike Hernandez has had. That's crazy. His playoff numbers are like out of this world right now. Good for him. All right. Well, now things get super interesting, I got to say. Now, if we're talking about a scenario where it's a 1-run game and one swing could tie it up. Had Hernandez on your fantasy team, I bet he never had a stretch like this in the regular season. Not a Kike hater by any means, but I mean, I bet you're wishing he did this in the regular season. You're in Boston for the weekend and everyone wears Red Sox jerseys. Huh. I've never been to Boston. All right, well, I was singing the praises of Ryan Presley, and then Kike immediately took him deep. But it's a he had a 2-run lead to work with, so if he can pitch clean from here on out, the Astros will win. Boston would be a great city if not for all the Bostonians. I felt that way about Germany at times, honestly. Benjamin, I've never figured out how that works. Because I know it's like you hit like a alt. Gus, you say Berlin's cool, but the thing about Berlin is that's not Germans. It's such an international city. And Berlin has its own culture. Like, yeah, Berlin's really cool, but also maybe Berlin's cool because it's not like typische Deutsch, typically German. Yeah, it's like all, yeah. But I've never, yeah. Every time I want to use an accent mark on like my desktop, I literally just Google the player's name and copy and paste the the character. Isn't that stupid? That's how dumb I am. Every time I write Acuna, I have to Google Acuna and like copy and paste it. I'm an idiot. Schwarber 115 ground out to get that Inye. 115 ground out on Schwarber. I don't think I realized in real time he hit it nearly that hard. It's so much easier on your cell phone. You just hold it down. It's so much easier. Bogarts, ground out. Okay, 2 away. So the Astros are 1 out away from winning this one. Oh, that Schwarber 115.6, hardest hit ball of the night. Ground out, though. Yeah, Chris, I'm telling you up front, that's 100% what I'm going to do if it goes to extras. If this goes to extras, I will in stream. Down for another Devers clutch homer. We'll see. I mean, look at the... I mean, Presley, it's 111, 115, 108. So he's getting hit hard. All these Red Sox have hit him hard. Like, really hard. So if Devers can do the same but hit it up in the air, might just have a tie ball game on our hands. Extras this early in a 7-game series kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, but, they get a decent amount of built-in off days. Like, if you remember last year, it was just brutal because there were no off days until the World Series, which was just crazy. I don't know why they did that. All right, ball 1. It is a 1-2 count, so they are 1 strike away. But yeah, remember that, the Red Sox Dodgers extra innings in the 2018 World Series? That was rough. without a doubt, when it went that long. I don't know. Did that go 15, 16 innings? Another high fastball not offered at 2-2. Here's what I'm going to do. If literally as soon as the game ends, I will end the stream. I'm talking, I will just say Houston wins, and then that will be the end of the stream. All right, so 2-2 pitch. Ground ball. Craze got it in the shift. Houston wins. GG. Good night.